Chapter 33. Chapter 33. Confusion. Hua! A dazzling, bloody, sword light swept directly out. Killing intent began to emerge and rise. Sword-killing movement. Bai Chong stood up instantly, stunned by this dazzling, bloody sword light, and said, "The second move of the formless sword art, sword-killing movement. He managed to put it to good use?" Sword-killing movement. Shui Hanqin was also surprised by this, apparently knowing the prestige of the second, formless sword art, sword-killing movement. "Shui Hanqin, hurry up. Help your disciple," said Bai Chong. Lowering her eyesight slightly, Shui Hanqin gazed at the two nearly colliding sword lights in the arena and sighed in frustration. She moved quickly. Clang! Having collided with each other in the arena, the two horrifying sword lights instantly witnessed victory and defeat. What? Yi Mo, with his eyes wide open, found it rather hard to believe that the most powerful attack with all of his strength had been totally defeated without any struggle. Then the dazzling, bloody sword light, still concentrating all its power, hacked straight towards him. An unprecedented crisis of death immediately shrouded him. Shui Hanqin's figure suddenly flashed in front of him at the last second, and the bloody sword light dissipated with just the wave of a hand. Only complete silence remained in the arena. Yi Mo clenched his teeth, gazing firmly at Jian Wushuang, his heart full of unwillingness. He accepted this defeat unwillingly and helplessly. After all, he knew clearly that he would have died if his great master had not given him a hand. Such a terrifying sword stroke could easily tear his body apart. At this moment, Jian Wushuang gazed past Yi Mo. He was suffering great agony from using the soul-devouring secret skill. Even his face looked extremely ferocious. This skill was far more fearful than he ever imagined. It reached the extreme limit in only a short amount of time. Bzzz. The soul-devouring secret skill ceased spontaneously, and the soaring aura around Jian Wushuang faded away rapidly, even to an ignorable extent. Jian Wushuang could not be more feeble, and his entire body was trembling. On the contrary, his inner unyielding willpower was the source of standing still. When he raised his eyes, the triple kill sword in his hand headed precisely towards Shui Hanqin. Unconvinced? Then fight! The rising sword essence suddenly erupted. It was this moment that impressed the entire audience on the drill ground. They all saw how Jian Wushuang had become so weak, yet the battle intent and sword essence around him never faded away. Shui Hanqin's complexion was pale and cold. She was already overwhelmed with helplessness. Fight back! How is this possible? Since it stemmed from the conflicts between Jian Wushuang and Jian Meng'er, Yi Mo had helped the defeated Jian Meng'er, which was far too excessive. A putative second fight was not only excessive but extremely shameless. As one of the elders of the Tianyuan sword sect and an expert at the peak of the Gold Core realm, Shui Hanqin had somewhat retained her gentility and self-respect. Meng'er. Shui Hanqin glanced at Jian Meng'er with a pale face and stupefied expression. She said, "You have no choice but to cultivate with me in the Tianyuan sword sect from now on, and are forbidden to step outside for 3 years, during which I will promptly teach you all my skills." Suddenly Jian Meng'er was astonished, showing a very complicated look. But then she let out a deferential yes, nodding her head. Jian Wushuang. Shui Hanqin gazed coldly back at Jian Wushuang. "You won today. It only shows that there are some limitations on teaching my disciple, not for a shortage of some more exceptional disciples in my Tianyuan sword sect. In 3 years we will witness another competition between you and Meng'er. Another competition in 3 years. A slow, sly smile crept at the corner of Jian Wushuang's mouth. He looked Jian Meng'er up and down, then snickered silently. Jian Wushuang himself was deeply aware of it. Jian Menger had been defeated by someone not even qualified to compete. After all, the gap between them was bound to increase because what he had been cultivating was the heavenly creation skill. Silently turning as if Jian Menger had no presence, he headed downstairs slowly. Any time. An icy utterance came from Jian Wushuang, resounding throughout the drill ground. Everyone focused on the heavy footsteps below as if each individual step was terrifically tough. Everyone could feel how the existing sword essence was growing more and more powerful with each step. Nowadays, from the perspective of the audience, Jian Wushuang was spontaneously endowed with something peculiar. No one could figure out what it was exactly. As Jian Wushuang's figure gradually disappeared from their sight, they were all amazed at the strong soaring sword essence. There were no words, only silence. On one of the top floors of the arena tower, 4 figures stood still. The 4 seniors looked very ancient. The gray-haired leader wore a long robe. The 4 great elders of Sword Pavilion. The senior leader with a long robe was the impressive Elder Hong. On such a critical day, a decisive time for the Sword Pavilion, Jian Wushuang hadn't let the 4 elders down, even growing enough to create a miracle. He had defeated Jian Menger with only 2 months of cultivation. Such an unprecedented achievement was surely a great shock within the Sword Pavilion, even to these 4. However, the 4 elders stood still, more depressed than ever before. Deep misgivings, rather than any joy, emerged on their withered faces. With a low voice, one of the elders said, "Brother, I assume you see it." Nodding, Elder Hong concentrated on Jian Wushuang's back, his eyes never leaving it. Despite being tired physically and mentally, he still stands firm and tense. Sword essence surges upwards, but never disperses. The awakening of sword soul, the same as our pavilion master. Absolutely. Once they heard the awakening of sword soul, their looks suddenly became respectful and earnest. Meanwhile, Elder Hong looked up at the immense sky and wondered how the previously sunny day somehow now showed a hint of darkness. Elder Hong lifted up his hand, covering the upward universe, and slowly uttered, "Oh, it's about to change." Chapter 34. Chapter 34. Scarlet Kill Command. The annual Sword Marquee token battle was over. In the battle, the exceptional genius Jian Menger, who everyone had been expecting to win, had shown remarkable talent. However, to everyone's surprise, she had been completely overshadowed by someone else. 2 months prior, Jian Wushuang had been an untalented normal person. But now, only 2 months later, he had become the victor in the battle. Not only did he defeat Jian Menger, but he even defeated Jian Menger's senior brother, Yimo, who had achieved the exceptional spiritual Sea Realm. A real genius. More than a monster. The whole Sword Marquee Mansion and even the whole Bahui Commandery were talking about him with great relish. In the Bahui Commandery County, an old man in a gray robe with silver-white hair walked alone through the streets. It was Elder Hong. He came to a deserted alley. In this alley, there was a shabby wine shop that had been there for years, but no one came here to buy wine. The whole wine shop had only one person, the proprietress. Elder Hong walked into the wine shop and looked at the proprietress standing behind the counter. Without saying anything, he walked directly into the inner hall to wait. After a while, the old woman, the proprietress of the wine shop, came in gracefully. "How long has it been since you've been here, blind old man? 2 years?" The middle-aged woman smiled. "I came here today for something important," Elder Hong said with dignity. "Why didn't you stop by when you were free?" "You are a little ungrateful." The woman said this with a weak smile and then asked, "What's the matter?" Elder Hong took a deep breath and said, "The young master has awakened the sword soul." "What?" A moment ago, the woman had been very calm. Her face immediately became extremely solemn. Jian Wushuang would have been very surprised if he had heard the term that Elder Hong used. He had always been known as Young Pavilion Master, but now he'd become the Young Master. Sword Soul, the soul of the sword ancestor. The woman said solemnly, "I am very surprised that after the Master awakened the Sword Soul, the young Master also awakened his own Sword Soul. Both father and son awakening Sword Soul simultaneously. That is almost inconceivable." "It is incredible, but it happened," Elder Hong said. "Although awakening Sword Soul has great benefits, it also has evil accompaniments. If I am right, now that young Master Sword Soul is awakened, people in that place will certainly be aware of it, and they will soon come to kill the young Master." "Kill the young Master? Just as they dealt with the Master that year?" The woman had a trace of killing intent in her eyes. "Yes, so we must act immediately." Elder Hong's voice was solemn, and he immediately drew a letter out from his arm. "Go at once, and send this letter to the one in Golden Dragon Palace. He must be informed as quickly as possible." "Yes." She nodded solemnly and took the letter. She set off without hesitation. In the meantime, in Tianyan Province, Qingdong Commandery, in a slightly secret chamber, by candlelight, a man with a purple coat sat solemnly reading the sealed letter before him. Suddenly, the door of the chamber was opened, and a black-robed man ran in quickly. "Oh, Master, there is an urgent order." The black-robed man respectfully handed him a letter. He opened the letter. The first thing he saw was a blood-colored token. The token had a word carved in clear scarlet, "Kill." A scarlet kill command. The man was surprised. The organization he belonged to was extremely powerful. People were scared to hear the name of the organization everywhere in the Tianzong dynasty. There were many orders for organizing top-level people, such as the bronze, silver, and golden killing commands. But the Scarlet Kill Command was the supreme command of the organization. Only the mysterious leader of their organization could release it. A Scarlet Kill meant that it had to be done regardless of the price, as long as they could kill the enemy, even if all the experts who were sent to assassinate the target would die. The Scarlet Kill Command had been handed down only a few times since the organization's creation. Pass down the order. Make all assassins above Silver Mask level come back immediately, no matter what they are doing now. Even if they've accepted a task, make them give up the task or delay it immediately. If anybody hasn't returned within 3 days of receiving this order, he will be killed. The man sneered. Yes. The black-robed man nodded respectfully. He continued to look at the letter. Bahui Commander, Sword Marquis Mansion, Jian Wushuang. From this day on, we shall keep a close watch over our target's actions. We must not let him out of our sight before we are ready to make our move. Sword Marquis Mansion. It had been 5 days since the battle ended. During the past 5 days, 2 great events had occurred in Sword Marquis Mansion. The first was that the mansion master, Jian Xinhong, had appointed Jian Wushuang as the new Sword Pavilion Master. No one was surprised. After all, 2 months ago, Jian Xinhong had appointed Jian Menger as the Sword Pavilion Master. He had been preparing to hold the official ceremony after the token battle. But during that battle, Jian Menger had been defeated by Jian Wushuang directly in front of many people. Plus, Jian Wushuang himself belonged to Sword Pavilion. His swordsmanship was unique, and he took over as Sword Pavilion Master in a more convincing way than Jian Menger. As for the second thing, it was the great elder of Red Martial Hall. Jian Lan had resigned from his position after the battle and left Sword Marquis Mansion to travel far and wide. This caused a great stir in Sword Marquis Mansion, but it was understandable. After the battle, because of her talent, no one had said anything to Jian Menger. She had followed her great master to go to the Tianyuan sword sect and cultivate. But Jian Lan was a joke in Sword Marquis Mansion, and a lot of people were stealthily sarcastic towards him. Jian Lan had been aware, resolutely resigning his position as Great Elder, leaving Sword Marquis Mansion. It had been a good choice. In the courtyard, Jian Wushuang was practicing his swordsmanship alone. Sword light was moving, and it was confusing. For a long time, Jian Wushuang stood with his sword. It's been 5 days, but my body still hasn't really recovered, Jian Wushuang said secretly. The soul-devouring secret skill had done so much damage to his body that it had been in a state of extreme weakness since then. It had not returned to peak condition yet. Well, Jian Wushuang raised his head suddenly and looked at the yard, for old figures came in, the 4 great elders of Sword Pavilion, headed by Elder Hong. Elder Hong, Senior Yuan, Senior Qing, Senior Li. Jian Wushuang called out immediately. Chapter 35. Chapter 35. Follow me. Young Pavilion Master. The 4 great elders walked before Jian Wushuang. Then Elder Hong said, "We are here to thank you. Sword Pavilion would have fallen into the hands of Red Martial Hall if you hadn't defeated Jian Menger." Senior Yuan said, "Yes, you were magnificent, young Pavilion Master. It was amazing that it only took 2 months for you to surpass Jian Meng. You are definitely the son of the Pavilion Master." Senior Qing proudly said, When I heard that you, young Pavilion Master, would have a battle with Jian Menger, I was sure that you could defeat her." Senior Li refuted him at once. "You dared to say that. You were the first to say that it was impossible." Hearing the 4 great elders' words, and even seeing them play with each other, Jian Wushuang smiled. His heart was full of gratification. But at the moment, Elder Hong looked at him and said, "Young Pavilion Master, you did a good job at a tough time. You held the Sword Pavilion together for us. But now you are leaving." "Leaving? Where am I going?" Jian Wushuang was surprised. With severe countenance, Elder Hong said, "You are leaving Sword Marquee Mansion and going somewhere else." Jian Wushuang felt a little puzzled. "But why?" "Because—" Elder Hong was silent, not knowing how to answer. A cold voice suddenly rang out, "Stop your nonsense." As Jian Wushuang turned and looked around, a green-clothed woman appeared behind him. The green-clothed woman was graceful, with black hair and a veil covering her face. Although people could not see her actual appearance, one could tell that the woman was very beautiful just by looking into her eyes. The green-clothed woman seemed charming. However, there was a faint smell on her body. All the good was gone. Jian Wushuang frowned and asked, "Who are you?" He was sure that he had never seen this woman. Elder Hong noticed the green-clothed woman and didn't feel any sense of amazement. He said, "If you're here, that means that the others should be ready." "Yes," she nodded, stepping toward Jian Wushuang. "There is little time to say so much. You, come with me at once." "Follow you." Jian Wushuang showed alertness, and sword essence began to gather in his body. "Ridiculous." The woman laughed and moved around. Jian Wushuang did not react as the woman patted his forehead with her palm. At this moment, a majestic spiritual power poured into his body. It blocked his 8 extra channels and then seized his hands. Jian Wushuang wanted to rebel, but he realized, to his horror, that he could not control his spiritual power. Jian Wushuang was frightened. Gold core. She has at least cultivated a gold core. She might even be an expert of the gold core realm. Elder Hong said loudly, "Young Pavilion Master, you can go with her. She won't hurt you." Jian Wushuang tried to say something, but all of a sudden, boom! A terrifying roar came from close behind, immediately followed by a large amount of spiritual power. "Who are you? How dare you behave atrociously in my Sword Marquee Mansion?" A voice immediately rang through the sky. Jian Wushuang recognized that the voice, it was the Sword Marquee Mansion Master, Jian Xinhong. "They're coming," said the green-clothed woman, who had already put Jian Wushuang behind her back. "I'll take him and hand everything else over to you. The 4 of us are ready." Elder Hong and other 3 great elders looked at each other, and each took out a scarlet pill. They did not hesitate to swallow the scarlet pill. Blind old man. Another person came to the courtyard, a graceful, middle-aged woman. She was the proprietress of the wine shop where Elder Hong had gone before. June, noticing that someone had come in, Elder Hong became nervous. The woman smiled, nothing else to say. Give me a scarlet pill. Elder Hong frowned. No. Are you not willing, or you do not have any? The woman, June, smiled and then took out a scarlet pill. Fortunately, I prepared one for myself. After finishing her words, she swallowed it quickly, not noticing Elder Hong's expression. Elder Hong sighed. June, why would you do this? Blind old man, do you know why I always call you a blind old man? Because you can't see how I've felt about you for so many years, June smiled, but it does not matter anymore. Although we have not really been together, at least we can die together. Elder Hong took a deep look at June and nodded heavily. The 4 great elders of a sword pavilion and June had swallowed a scarlet pill. The aura surrounding the 5 people instantly soared up, directly reaching an unprecedented level. Gold core. 5 people had all reached the primordial gold core realm. Elder Hong's aura was the strongest, reaching the point of the profound gold core realm. This, Jian Wushuang was completely confused. What's happening? What's the matter? Who broke into the Sword Marquis Mansion? Who is the green-clothed woman with a veil? What kind of pill did the 4 elders swallow? Why did their strength suddenly improve so much? And most importantly, why did they swallow this pill? Why do they look like they are going to die? Jian Wushuang had so many doubts. He did not understand what had happened. All of this was too sudden. There had been no signs at all. Ji Weihua, I will leave the young master to you. Elder Hong turned red and growled with a trace of madness in his eyes. Ji Weihua looked at the 5 people. 2 words that were so heavy came out of the mouth of the green-clothed woman slowly. Take care. After finishing her words, Ji Weihua did not hesitate to turn around, taking Jian Wushuang away at full speed and sweeping out of Sword Marquis Mansion. Just as Ji Weihua turned and left, a wide roar of rage rang through Sword Marquis Mansion. Ha! You Blood Feather Tower bastards, prepare to go to hell! Well, you 5 old people, how dare you block us? Kill them! Kill them! As the roar of rage echoed, the whole Sword Marquis Mansion was caught in a terrible war. Deadly amounts of spiritual power soared through the area. While all this was happening, Jian Wushuang was totally at a loss. What on earth is happening? Chapter 36. Chapter 36. Blood Feather Tower. While Sword Marquis Mansion was in upheaval, something happened in the gladiator arena. Sir, a black-robed servant came anxiously to Bai Chong and passed him a note. After taking a glance at the note, Bai Chong's face turned grim. Some impressive words were written on the note. Jian Wushuang is in danger. Please quickly come to Tranquility Forest, 10 miles from the border, to save him. Bai Chong then looked at the signature. Smile allure, Ji Wuming. Ji Wuming. A look of fear showed in Bai Chong's eyes, and then he immediately ordered, all golden-robed servants follow me right now. A moment later, 7 figures full of energy rushed out from the gladiator arena. Each of these 7 figures had reached the gold core realm, among which leader Bai Chong ranked at the peak of the gold core realm. Tranquility Forest, 10 miles from the border. Several figures stood in the treetops, waiting quietly. Here they come, said a burly man with a head of disorganized hair. He followed them with his eyes. Whoosh! Ji Weihua appeared at the top of one of the big trees, with Jian Wushuang right behind her. Ji Weihua said indifferently, Then I'll leave it to you. Ji Hua, you didn't tell us before that our task was to fight against Blood Feather Tower, said an aloof and thin young man. How about double rewards after you finish the task? Ji Hua looked around with her cold and gloomy eyes. Okay. Suddenly the experts, who had felt dissatisfied before, were nodding their heads with desire in their eyes. I need you guys to obstruct the experts from Blood Feather Tower for as long as you can. I also found some extra helpers for you. After saying that, Jia looked up to the sky, where 7 figures rapidly skimmed over towards them. Golden Dragon guards from the Golden Dragon Palace? When Baichong came to Tranquility Forest, he not only saw those extraordinary figures on the treetops, but also noticed gold rings on their index fingers. Each of them wore a gold ring, the symbol of the Golden Dragon Guard. Sir Baichong. Upon seeing their arrival, Jian Wushuang felt pleasantly surprised, even though he was under the complete control of Ji Weiwei. Jian Wushuang. Baichong glanced at him and then looked at Ji Weiwei with eyes suddenly becoming strange. Are you Ji Woman? No, you're not her. You are Ji Weiwei. Yes, it's me. Ji Weiwei nodded and said sternly, Baichong, when my elder sister was alive, she was very kind to you, and my brother-in-law also took you as his confidant. Now their son is in danger. Won't you help him? Baichong's face darkened, and he looked at Jian Wushuang with a serious expression. Take him away right now. As for the people from Blood Feather Tower, I will try to obstruct them for a while, Baichong said in a low voice. Thank you so much. After thanking him, Jiwa looked at the burly man beside her and said, Boo, let's go. Yes. The burly man nodded and immediately took Jian Wushuang, jumping into the forest with Ji Weiwei. But just as they jumped into the forest, a chipper laugh burst between the sky and the earth. Ha ha, Ji Wuming, where are you taking that little guy? Don't you want to take the antidote? Only I have the antidote, so you'd better stay. The voice was full of evil. After hearing the words, Ji Weiwei felt a slight chill, but didn't intend to stop. After the laughter, a loud roar burst out. It was obvious that the two sides had collided. Golden Dragon Guard. Men from the Gladiator Arena? How dare you intercept our Blood Feather Tower? Humph! Bastards of Blood Feather Tower. Do you think that our Gladiator Arena fears you? Kill! The war broke out instantly with roaring and shouting. In the forest. Are those people who want to kill me? Jian Wushuang could see several black-robed men behind them when he turned his head. Most of them wore silver masks, and just a few wore golden masks. What the hell is going on? Those people are all here. What about Sword Marquis Mansion and Elder Hong? Jian Wushuang shouted anxiously. Shut up! Ji Weiwei shouted loudly. She continued unsympathetically, These people are coming for you. Their arrival here means the battle in Sword Marquis Mansion has already finished. As for Elder Hong and the others, they are dead. Dead? Jian Wushuang was stunned. All 5 of them swallowed scarlet pills. It enhances their strength quickly by consuming the person's life. A warrior can only swallow 1 scarlet pill in their lifetime because they are doomed to die after taking it. What? Jian Wushuang was shocked. Finally, he understood why their strength had enhanced so much before. They had swallowed a scarlet pill and paid for it with their lives. Why? Why? Jian Wushuang could not help roaring. Why? Because you awoke the Sword Soul, and that's how things are now, said Ji Weiwei. Sword Soul? What is Sword Soul? Jian Wushuang still felt baffled. He had no idea what she was talking about. It seems that you haven't noticed. Right? You have just awoken it. It's normal that you don't know. But once your strength increases in the future, you will notice the existence of Sword Soul, said Ji Weiwei. Do those people want to kill me just because I have awoken Sword Soul? What the hell is Sword Soul? Jian Wushuang roared. I don't know what Sword Soul is because neither I nor the others have awoken it. The only one who has awoken it is your father, Jian Nantian, Ji Wuiwei said in an uncaring voice. Haven't you always wanted to know why your father left 4 years ago and disappeared without any news? What? Jian Wushuang glared and said, was it because he also awoke Sword Soul? Yes, Ji Wuiwei nodded. But you are different. Your father awoke Sword Soul during the Gold Core period. It didn't take long before Blood Feather Tower came to kill your father after they heard that your father had awoken his Sword Soul. But they underestimated your father, which allowed him to escape by a fluke. And then your father was afraid of incriminating you and Sword Marquis Mansion. So he left and started living like a fugitive. And now, Jian Wushuang hurriedly asked, now, your father has been caught by Blood Feather Tower. I don't know whether he is alive or not. Ji Wuiwei shook her head with a wry smile. You only care about your father. Don't you want to ask about your mother? Your mother. While speaking, Ji Wuiwei abruptly had a quiver, and her extremely beautiful eyes soon became scarlet with violence. Chapter 37. Chapter 37. Tragic. My mother. Jian Wushuang asked enthusiastically. He had grown up with his father, Jian Nantian, until he was 12, when his father suddenly left and was nowhere to be found. As for his mother, he had never seen her, and his father had never even mentioned her. So until now, he did not even know what his mother's name was. You know my mother? Jian Wushuang was just about to ask, but all of a sudden, Ji Wuiwei threw him directly to the burly man that was skittering beside her. Wuiwei, the burly man, took Jian Wushuang very quickly and looked at Ji Wuiwei at the same time. However, what he saw greatly shocked him. Ji Wuiwei's veil had dropped, exposing a horrible face that was completely purulent, with blue veins surging upon its surface as if millions of insects had bitten her. Ji Wuiwei roared out crazily and miserably, looking to be in extreme pain. Damn! Poisoning! The burly man, Bu's face became gloomy. This didn't happen earlier nor later, but now suddenly. Poisoning! Jian Wushuang looked at Ji Wuiwei in shock. Jian Wushuang, a slightly crazy voice, suddenly rushed out from Ji Wuiwei's mouth. Listen, your mother, Ji Wuming, was the eldest daughter of the Ji clan. 3 years ago, your father was hunted by Blood Feather Tower, and having no other choice, he fled to the Ji clan. In order to protect your father, the Ji clan went against Blood Feather Tower and resisted all the experts that they sent. In the end, your mother was killed, your father was taken away by Blood Feather Tower, and our Ji clan was extinguished. All of the families were slaughtered. I was the only one lucky enough to escape. So you have to remember, you are not only the son of Jian Nantian, but also the last in the bloodline of the Ji clan, except for me. You have to live well and grow up, improving your strength and ability so that you can destroy Blood Feather Tower and avenge my entire Ji clan. And Ji Wuiwei had an expression of madness as the extreme pain of the poisoning made her words continuously stutter. You have to keep. Triple kill. Sword. Well, your father said that is the token enter into the ancestors' land. By the end, Ji Wuiwei's voice had already turned hysterical. Go. Bu, take him and go at once. Ji Wuiwei suddenly roared and shouted again. Bu looked into Ji Wuiwei's eyes deeply, then carried Jian Wushuang on his back. Go. Aunt. She is my aunt. Jian Wushuang finally understood who Ji Wuiwei was. No, take my aunt, we'll go together. Once poisoned, Wuiwei will instantly turn to unconscious madness, and she will attack everyone. If we take her with us, none of us would be able to escape, Bu said in a low voice. Even so, we cannot leave her behind, Jian Wushuang shouted. Bu turned a dark expression and slapped Jian Wushuang on the back of the neck, immediately knocking him unconscious. Taking the unconscious Jian Wushuang, quickly fled from the area. Soon, a man in a purple coat from Blood Feather Tower found Ji Wuiwei, who had gone crazy. "Ha, Ji Wuiwei, come and follow me obediently. Old bastardening, you will meet a horrible end." Half a day later, the slaughter in Tranquility Forest had finally calmed down. Bones and corpses were all over the battlefield, and more than a dozen black-robed men and masks were standing there, led by the man in a purple coat. Even sending out more than 30 silver-masked assassins and 3 gold-masked assassins was not enough to kill the target. More than half of the silver-masked assassins were killed or injured, and even one of the gold-masked assassins died. So many losses. What do you have to show for it? The man in purple's expression became heavy. Clatter, clatter. The black-robed man immediately knelt down behind him. Send the order. Release the scarlet arrest warrant all over Tianyin province. You must find him, even if you must completely turn Tianyin province upside down, the man in purple said in a chilling tone. Yes, answered those black-robed men immediately. Although we did not kill the target this time, catching Ji Wuiwei counts for a little bit. The man in purple muttered, With Ji Wuiwei, I am not afraid that Jian Nantian will not speak. After the tragic battle, the entire Sword Marquis mansion was in ruins, and the atmosphere was extremely depressing. Every corpse was moved to the back of the central drill ground, up to 100 corpses at a glance. A large number of the disciples in Sword Marquis mansion stood on the edge of the drill ground, looking at the 100 corpses, each one of them with an ugly face. Mansion Master, the casualties have been counted, said an elder of Red Marshall Hall, coming over to Jian Xinhong. Fine, go on then. Jian Xinhong's pale face and the trace of blood at the corner of his mouth showed that he had obviously been through a great battle and was seriously injured. 8 experts above the spiritual sea realm died. 4 of them are the 4 great elders of Sword Pavilion. The rest are the servants of Sword Pavilion, that elder said. All of them are from Sword Pavilion. Jian Xinhong's eyes stared, and he asked again, What about the dead disciples? There were 94 disciples of the Spirit Path that died. Most of those disciples did not take the initiative to join the war. Instead, they were helplessly dragged into it. The youngest of them was only 12 and had just gathered spiritual power, the elder replied with a trace of grief. Hearing the number of casualties, Jian Xinhong was shocked from head to toe. His face became green and then turned pale. After a long time, he sighed deeply and said, Bury them well. In the drill ground, there were several other people standing there who looked very dismal as well. They were Bai Chong and others from the gladiator arena. But the gold-robed servants that followed Bai Chong had decreased from 6 to 3. Bai Chong was looking at the corpses spread all over the ground, and his right hand could not help touching his left sleeve, which was empty and covered in blood, impressively lacking an arm. Jian Nantian and Ji Wuming, I no longer owe you a debt of gratitude. On this day, with the sudden outbreak of war, even the forces of all the parties involved were not clear about it. The result was, in the Sword Marquis mansion, the 4 great elders of the Sword Pavilion had all died. Ju Jun had died. The 4 servants of the Sword Pavilion and nearly 100 ordinary disciples of the Spirit Path were implicated and killed as well, the youngest of whom was only 12 years old. Sword Marquis mansion was full of countless wounded. Of the 6 gold-robed servants from the gladiator arena, 3 died and the other 3 were all seriously injured. Bai Chong had lost an arm. Ji Wuiwei was captured alive. What a tragedy! How tragic the war was! The source of this war was the awakening of Jian Wushuang's sword soul. Ah! Chapter 38. Chapter 38. A Blood Feud. In a cave on an unknown hill, a few hundred miles inside Tranquility Forest, Jian Wushuang slowly woke up after being unconscious for most of the day. Boy, are you awake? The shaggy-haired, burly Boo was sitting beside him, burning coals for barbecuing. He threw a piece of meat to Jian Wushuang and said, "You must be hungry after being unconscious for so long. Come on." "My name is Sima Bu, but people call me Bu." "You can call me Elder Brother Bu," he said. "Brother Bu," Jian Wushuang called out and immediately asked him, "Where is my aunt?" "Ji Wuyue." Sima Bu shook his head and heaved a deep sigh. She should have been caught by Blood Feather Tower. They are heartless and cruel. She would come to a sticky end. "Asshole!" cursed Jian Wushuang. "Boy, your name is Jian Wushuang, right? Although you are young, you have caused Blood Feather Tower to appoint so many people to kill you." Sima Bu sighed and said, "But you seem to be at a loss." "Yes, I'm puzzled. Up to this point, all I know is that I have awakened my sword soul. So they want to chase me down, just as they chased my father years ago. That's why he left Sword Marquee Mansion. But what is a sword soul?" Jian Wushuang frowned. "Sword soul? I haven't heard of it. But if Blood Feather Tower wants to kill you and your father so recklessly because of this sword soul, and they even slaughtered the Ji clan without hesitation, then it must be important," Sima Bu said. "Eldest Brother Bu, since you have a deep relationship with my aunt, you must know something about her, the Ji clan and Blood Feather Tower. Please tell me something," Jian Wushuang pleaded seriously. "We have been on many adventures together, and we were like Damon and Pythias, but I don't know much about her. However, I do know something about the Ji clan and Blood Feather Tower," Sima Bu answered at once. "When it comes to Blood Feather Tower and the Ji clan, we have to start with the general pattern of the Tianzong dynasty. The Tianzong dynasty has a vast territory with 16 provinces, and each province has many commanderies. For example, Tianyan province has 108 commanderies, and Bahui commandery is only one of them. So you can imagine how wide the Tianzong dynasty is. Although the Sword Marquee Mansion that you belong to is the most powerful compared to the whole Tianzong dynasty, it is so weak that it can't even be regarded as a third-rate power." An amazing gleam appeared into Jian Wushuang's eye, but it soon disappeared. Indeed, it was only in Bahui commandery that Sword Marquee Mansion was a top power. In the entire Tianzong dynasty, it was not. Even in Tianyan province, there were countless powers stronger than Mansion of Sword Marquee. For example, the Tianyuan sword sect, one of the 5 sects in Tianyan province, was not something that the Sword Marquee Mansion could compare to. The 3 hegemons in the Tianzong dynasty are Golden Dragon Palace, the Gladiator Arena, and Blood Feather Tower. Sima Bu continued, "The ruler of Golden Dragon Palace is the monarch of the Tianzong dynasty. Branches of Golden Dragon Palace can be found all over the Tianzong dynasty. Although its power is overwhelming, it isn't restrained by the Golden Dragon Guard like me and your aunt, Ji Wuyue. The power of the Gladiator Arena, the biggest chamber of commerce, is everywhere in the Tianzong dynasty. It is said that the Gladiator Arena has the support of the imperial household, which must be the prince. The last one is Blood Feather Tower. Everyone that wanders around the Tianzong dynasty knows about and fears Blood Feather Tower. It is the #1 assassin organization recognized by the public. There are a large number of invisible assassins. These assassins are divided into 4 levels: copper, silver, gold, and purple. Silver masks generally have cultivation in the gold core realm. Gold masks are at the peak of the gold core realm, and purple masks are supreme experts in the legendary Yin-Yang Void realm. This time dozens of silver-masked assassins and 3 gold-masked assassins chased us down. What I talked about was the 3 hegemons with terrible strength who stood in the first echelons of the Tianzong dynasty. The ancient 8 clans were second to them. It is said that the 8 clans were passed down since the establishment of the Tianzong dynasty, ancient and culturally rich. One of them, the Ji clan, was wiped out 3 years ago, which shook the whole Tianzong dynasty. All the powers were curious about the reason. However, they were killed because of granting asylum to your father, Sima Bu said inside. What about my aunt? What about the poison in her body? Jian Wushuang looked sullen. It is called heart-biting poison, and it's very poisonous, enough to completely destroy a person gradually. When I saw her 3 years ago, she was poisoned and it would occasionally attack her. When it does, she suffers unprecedented pain that directly destroys her mind. She will refuse to have anything to do with her kin or friends, only understanding to crazily kill. I have seen it several times. It's so miserable. The attack of the poison manifests suddenly, without any regularity. She was trying to save you this time, but it so happened that the poison attacked, alas. Sima Bu sighed gently and said slowly, the poison quickly makes her fall into madness. If we took her, we could not have escaped, so. Saying this, Sima Bu looked pale. He and Ji Wuiyue had gone through many things together, and they had a deep relationship. He would have never left without her unless there was no choice. Who poisoned my aunt? Asked Jian Wushuang. I know. It was an Ing, the hall master of Blood Feather Tower in Tianyin province. He was among the assassins this time, said Sima Bu. An Ing? Good, I will remember him. Not only him, but also Blood Feather Tower. Jian Wushuang raised his head, and his eyes were filled with unprecedented killing intent. He did not know his lot before, but now he knew everything. His mother was the firstborn daughter of the Ji clan. He had the blood of the Ji clan. That is to say, he bore the blood feud of the Ji clan. In order to protect his father, the entire Ji clan was killed. His father, who had been caught by Blood Feather Tower, could be dead or alive. His aunt, persecuted by Blood Feather Tower, was suffering from severe pain. Now, in order to save him, she had been caught by them. With the awakening of his sword soul, the experts of Blood Feather Tower had come to kill him for the first time. All of the culprits were from Blood Feather Tower. Chapter 39. Chapter 39. Inescapable Net. Feeling the killing intention from Jian Wushuang, Sima Bu could not help but secretly shake his head. He could understand Jian Wushuang's killing intent toward Blood Feather Tower, but Blood Feather Tower was so powerful that not everyone could provoke it. Sitting in the cave, Jian Wushuang held his hands tightly with his eyes closed, slowly restraining his tremendous killing intent from the extreme anger that he originally felt. It was apparent that he had already calmed himself down. For me, Blood Feather Tower is a genuine colossus, and I can't compete with them at my present strength. So I must endure for now. Endure, hide and wait. Jian Wushuang held his hands so tightly that his nails dug into his palm until he was bleeding. Although his heart was full of killing intent, he needed to restrain his sharp edge. In addition to revenge, I also have to find a solution to make all these things clear, Jian Wushuang growled. Although he now knew his own lot and the huge blood debt that was on his shoulders, he still had many doubts in his heart. For example, what on earth was Sword Soul? Why had Blood Feather Tower tried to kill him and his father, who had awakened their sword souls, regardless of everything? In addition, what was the ancestor's land that his aunt Ji Wuiyue told him about with her last words? There were many doubts that he slowly needed to explore. Strength? In the final analysis, my strength was so weak that I had no ability to stand against Blood Feather Tower when it chased after me to kill me. I only survived by good luck with the help of my aunt and Elder Hong, who sacrificed themselves for me. If my strength had been great enough that Blood Feather Tower feared me and did not even dare to offend me, then none of this would have happened. Strength, strength. Jian Wushuang growled crazily in his heart. He had never had a thirst for strength as great as he did now. Even before, when he was betrayed by Jian Meng'er, he had not come to this point. After all, he fought with Jian Meng'er for his own dignity, for his father's dignity, and for the dignity of the Sword Pavilion. But with Blood Feather Tower, it was a blood feud that would never stop until death. in such an unprecedented desire for strength. Even Jian Wushuang himself did not realize that the spiritual power in his body had sprung up at that moment, and the heavenly creation skill had operated naturally. Heavenly creation skill, the technique of claiming. Suddenly, OM. Jian Wushuang's body suddenly shuddered, with a sense of amazement in his eyes, followed by surprise. Has the ninth heaven of the divine path been broken through? So unbelievable. Even Jian Wushuang did not think that his cultivation would naturally make a breakthrough while he was full of an unprecedented desire for strength. It must be known that just a few days ago he relied on absorbing a large amount of primordial spiritual liquid to promote himself to the eighth heaven of the divine path. And now, just a few days later, a huge breakthrough had directly been made. The ninth heaven of the divine path was equivalent to the profound spiritual sea realm of common warriors, so that, along with the advantage of the heavenly creation skill on strength, even if he did not use the soul-devouring secret skill, his spiritual power would not be weaker than Jian Menger, who had achieved the peak of the profound spiritual sea realm. His strength had risen again. The heavenly creation skill is so amazing. Jian Wushuang could not help thinking that, and was more confident with his future growth. The Blood Feather Tower was indeed a colossus for him now, but in the future it might not be. My father, my mother, my aunt, the 4 elders, the Ji clan, and all the innocent people who have been implicated in this fight for me. I, Jian Wushuang, will bet all of myself to assure you that, in my lifetime, I will certainly slaughter Blood Feather Tower and uproot it. I will avenge you. Jian Wushuang, with cold eyes, had a determination that ran deep in his blood. The next morning, "Boy, you stay here and wait for me while I go to the nearby cities to fish for information," Sima Bu said. "Okay." Jian Wushuang nodded. He also knew that Blood Feather Tower would not take things lying down. Jian Wushuang stayed in the cave alone and cultivated quietly. After about an hour, Sima Bu came back. "Brother Bu, how is it going?" Jian Wushuang asked immediately. "The situation is a lot worse than I thought. I walked around in a nearby city, and there were no less than 10 assassins from Blood Feather Tower that I was aware of, as well as those who were hidden deep inside, so there must have been more that I couldn't find. What's more, I went to a secret intelligence station of the Golden Dragon Palace and learned that Blood Feather Tower has issued a scarlet arrest warrant for you. Now there are many scouts from Blood Feather Tower lurking around all the big cities, only waiting for you to appear," Sima Bu said solemnly. "It can be said that Blood Feather Tower has formed a tight dragnet in Bahui Commandery, even in the entire Tianyan province. So if you did appear, you would be killed by the experts of Blood Feather Tower without any ability to struggle. And with the intelligence capabilities of Blood Feather Tower, even if you bring a mask or camouflage your appearance, you will be noticed immediately by them as long as there is the slightest trace or flaw. I was going to bring you back to Golden Dragon Palace in Bahui Commandery to accomplish this task, but now it seems impossible," said Sima Bu. "I can't stay in Bahui Commandery for now," Jian Wushuang said with a low tone. "Not even Tianyan province is safe. I must leave quickly." "You are right." Sima Bu nodded. "I realized it out on my way back. Right now, Blood Feather Tower is mainly focused on killing you inside of Tianyan province, where it is difficult for you to survive. But in other provinces, you still have space to live, and the most suitable for you is Tiannan province, located in the surrounding area of Tianyan province. Tiannan province is one of the main provinces where the gladiator arena operates, so the forces of Blood Feather Tower are not very strong there. It's the most suitable place for you to go. But the road from Bahui Commandery to Tiannan province is relatively long, and it requires passing through the dark forest." "The dark forest?" Jian Wushuang gazed slightly. He had also heard of the dark forest, which is a vast forest between Tianyan province and Tiannan province. It was famous as a dangerous place full of spirit beasts and crisis. "Then I will go to Tiannan province," Jian Wushuang said seriously, As for the dark forest, I'll just have passed through it. Haha, you are young, but you have great courage. Don't worry, I will go to Tianan province with you and escort you through the dark forest safely. Sima Bu laughed. Even without you, I still have to go through the dark forest. Jian Wushuang's eyes sparkled with energy. Tianan province was his only chance to live, and no one could stand in the way of his survival. Chapter 40. Chapter 40. The Dark Forest. In the dark forest, spirit beasts were everywhere. It was a time of crisis. If Jian Wushuang wanted to go to Tianan province, he had to go through the dark forest. The first day after setting foot in the dark forest, deep in the thick jungle, howl! After roaring, a blue shadow jumped out as if it was a ghost, rushing at Jian Wushuang and Sima Bu directly. Both of them responded quickly, and they easily moved away from the beast. It's a scarlet leopard. No wonder it moved so fast, said Sima Bu with a low voice, looking at the spirit beast which suddenly attacked them. Leave it to me, Jian Wushuang said with piercing eyesight. He pulled his triple kill sword from behind, and the sword light moved straight toward the scarlet leopard. Be careful! This scarlet leopard has reached the profound spiritual sea realm, Sima Bu had only just reminded him. Then Jian Wushuang showed off his unparalleled sword light the next moment. The sword light was like snow, and on such a boundless ground, broke out its spiritual power all of a sudden. Clang! 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 After a series of 3, swords split out. Each sword light looked so beautiful. At that time, the scarlet leopard also charged forward, its 4 hooves trampling heavily on the ground, then turned into lightning, rushing toward Jian Wushuang fiercely. Chi! At that moment, the brilliant sword light easily ripped a huge hole in the scarlet leopard's body, and the scarlet leopard's belly began to bleed as all its internal organs began falling out everywhere, which led to its immediate death. Too weak. Jian Wushuang glanced at the body of the scarlet leopard and sympathetically shook his head. Compared with humans, spirit beasts at the same level were indeed more powerful. However, when it was under the condition of slaughtering, it entirely depended on the instinct of the spirit beast, which was far less than a cultivating human warrior with martial arts techniques. I have broken through the 9th heaven of the divine path. My spiritual power could be compared to the highest level of profound spiritual sea realm. But by virtue of my swordsmanship, spirit beasts in the profound spiritual sea realm are not a threat to me at all. If it was a spirit beast in the exceptional spiritual sea realm, there may have been some pressure on me, Jian Wushuang said, with a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. There were not many things in the dark forest, but there were many spirit beasts. Here, there were countless spirit beasts in the spiritual sea realm, and there were even quite a few spirit beasts in the gold core realm. With so many strong spirit beasts, it could serve as an excellent cultivating place as well as a dangerous spot at the same time. Ah, excellent swordsmanship, boy. Sima Bu came over, glancing at Jian Wushuang with astonishment. In addition, your cultivation is not bad as well. How did you kill that scarlet leopard in the profound spiritual sea realm in an instant? Also, how old are you this year? 16. Jian Wushuang told him his true age. Sima Bu stared at him. Brother Bu, from now on, if it's not necessary, you do not have to fight. I can take charge of killing the spirit beasts on the way through the dark forest, Jian Wushuang solemnly said. No problem. Sounds good to me. Sima Bu nodded with a smile, with no need to explain more since he knew Jian Wushuang's purpose. Half a day later. Boy, be cautious. What you are facing now is a spurting mouse in the exceptional spiritual sea realm. It is not only fast, but also has a body that's extremely hard except for its eyes. But its means of attack are very simple, and that is its teeth, which are very sharp and can easily crunch rigid bluestones. Therefore, you'd better protect yourself from being bitten. Sima Bu reminded him off to the side. Jian Wushuang stared at the spurting mouse in front of him, a small but oppressive figure that had eyes blazing with ferocity. Frizzle! The spurting mouse made a whinny sound. Then its body immediately burst out in the form of a flowing light. Purple fire sword art! Jian Wushuang, who became hot-tempered, used the triple-kill sword with a baking-hot sword edge and instantaneously slaughtered the spurting mouse. Such a fierce fight. Because the body of the spurting mouse was so stiff, it was not hurt too much by Jian Wushuang, either by his long sword or the straight stab. The only vulnerability of the spurting mouse was its eyes. However, the target was too small and moved so fast. It was actually quite difficult to attack it. At last, Jian Wushuang was forced to use the first move of anonymous sword art, Blood Shadow. He swept his sword toward the spurting mouse with an astonishing speed. With this move, he successfully killed it. Unfortunately, the spurting mouse had also bitten off a large piece of flesh from his shoulder. It was such a painful wound. Carry on. Simply bandaging the wound on his shoulder, Jian Wushuang recovered his spiritual power and he continued on his way. That night, the moonlight was so bright, but it did not reach into the forest. The complete darkness in the dark forest was horrible. Later, in the treetops of a large tree lay Sima Bu, dangling a weed and laying on his hands while his eyes looked at Jian Wushuang, who was cultivating under the tree from time to time. How hard-working this little guy is. He is so strict with himself. Sima Bu laughed secretly. Although he had entered the dark forest only one day ago, Sima Bu felt the instinctive madness in Jian Wushuang. In just one day's time, Jian Wushuang had gone through a full 8 battles, of which 6 opponents were spirit beasts in the profound transforming sea realm, while the other 2 were in the exceptional spiritual sea realm. With Jian Wushuang's present strength, it would be extremely fierce to fight with spirit beasts in the exceptional spiritual sea realm without using the soul-devouring secret skill. Like today, when fighting with a spirit beast in the exceptional spiritual sea realm, although Jian Wushuang had successfully killed one of them, himself did not escape unharmed. A large chunk of flesh was bitten off his shoulder, and another spirit beast in the exceptional spiritual sea realm scratched him above his chest with its sharp claws, leaving a very clear bloody paw print. In fact, as extremely numerous as spirit beasts were in the dark forest, it was impossible to encounter so many spirit beasts in the profound spiritual sea realm and exceptional spiritual sea realm on the first day. This occurred because Jian Wushuang deliberately searched for those spirit beasts. As for other warriors, they tended to avoid meeting spirit beasts that had mighty strength. However, Jian Wushuang was deliberately looking for these powerful spirit beasts to battle with them. Although it's a bit crazy, he has improved through these experiences. What's more, his swordsmanship is really good, Sima Bu said to himself. Swordsmanship. Sima Bu was suddenly a little touched, but he became absorbed in thought the next moment. Early the next morning, Jian Wushuang gradually opened his eyes with a trace of joy. After one night, his spiritual power was refined a bit, and although his overall strength had not improved, at least he was making progress every day. The life-or-death fights in the dark forest with spirit beasts had also greatly promoted his swordsmanship. Carry on today! Jian Wushuang gripped his hands tightly. A madness shined deep in his eyes that had not even slightly weakened. Instead, it had become a little more powerful. Chapter 41. Chapter 41. The Sword Essence. Ping! A cold sword shadow, at a very tricky angle, stabbed directly toward the golden gibbon, which was more than 2 meters tall. Covered in greenish-black scales, it dashed toward the shadow, using its giant arms that were notorious for their outrageous strength. The moment that the sword shadow was smashed and scattered, another 3 sword lights flashed almost simultaneously. It had already been 6 days since Jian Wushuang entered the dark forest. During his search in the dark forest over the past 5 days, he had undergone dozens of battles, some of which were fiercely dangerous, especially when battling against spirit beasts in the profound transforming sea realm and exceptional transforming sea realm. Compared to 5 days ago, his swordsmanship appeared much sharper and he had gained much more fighting experience. Except for the one battle in the gladiator arena, Jian Wushuang had grown up training in Sword Marquee Mansion. He had no previous fighting experience with anyone before that. But now his previous disadvantage in experience was being made up for. Clang! The fleeting and flickering shiny sword edge eluded the golden gibbon's eyes, directly puncturing its throat with an amazing piercing force. Rumbling, its blood continued to spew out as its huge body instantly fell down. Great! That is the 7th spirit beast in the profound transforming sea realm that you have killed these last few days, said Sima Bu, walking up with a smile. Your spiritual power still needs to improve some more before it can reach the exceptional transforming sea realm, but your swordsmanship has become more refined after several days of fighting. I still have a long way to go, said Jian Wushuang, shaking his head without any sense of pride. I'm still far from having enough fighting experience. By virtue of my mastery in swordsmanship, I can now get rid of some inexperienced spirit beasts in the profound, transforming sea realm. However, I have to flee instantly once I encounter stronger spirit beasts because I'm still unable to use my strength to the fullest. If only I were more experienced in battle and more adept at swordsmanship, said Jian Wushuang, holding his hands tightly. Don't aim too high. After all, you're not even in the exceptional transforming sea realm. Yet you already have such awesome battle strength, said Sima Bu. Then he suddenly added, These days I've noticed that you're highly gifted in swordsmanship, and I have something that might be useful to you. I am giving it to you for Ji Wuyue's sake. Sima Bu immediately turned his right hand upward, unfolding a yellow, wire-bound book. What? Said Jian Wushuang with a little surprise. Then he stared at the gold ring that was always on the ring finger of Sima Bu's right hand. Is that an interspatial ring? He asked suspiciously. Just as its name suggested, an interspatial ring contained a separate space for holding things. There was nothing else in his hand, but how did the book appear as he flipped his hand over? It went without saying that it must have been an interspatial ring. You're right, it's an interspatial ring, said Sima Bu with a smile. Presented by Gold Dragon Palace, called the Gold Dragon Ring, and symbolizing the Gold Dragon Guard. If you're interested in this and go there by any chance, you'll be given a Gold Dragon Ring by Gold Dragon Palace only after you complete the task to become a Gold Dragon Guard. Really? Jian Wushuang became excited. Anyway, I obtained this book by chance. First, you should read it carefully, as you can benefit from what this expert in sword principles had learned. By the way, he is a supreme expert in the Yin-Yang Void realm, said Sima Bu. Insight into sword principles from an expert, and left by a supreme expert? Asked Jian Wushuang with a serious look. The 7 ranks of the spirit path, the transcending sea realm, the primordial gold core realm, and the Yin-Yang Void realm. Among these, the primordial gold core realm already linked to the strongest, the Yin-Yang Void realm, and a supreme expert who was also rare in the whole Tianzong dynasty. Was its sword principle insights left by such a supreme expert? Jian Wushuang immediately took the book and began to read it carefully. It did not mention the name of the supreme expert, but it spoke of his insights in sword principle, as well as his views related to swordsmanship. Sword principle can be broken into 2 parts: sword arts, which are merely the form of swordsmanship, and sword essence, which is required for real swordsmanship. Combining both will give you insight into sword principle. In fact, that book respectively introduced sword principle, starting with the sword arts chapter, then progressing to the 2nd chapter, sword essence. Jian Wushuang first absorbed the sword arts chapter. If a swordsman depends on sophisticated but formal and stiff sword arts, there is no difference for him between normal and average sword arts, while an expert can easily surpass his rivals. Even if they are thousands of times stronger than him, as long as he is more adept at using his sword arts, and even if his sword arts are of a lower class. The pages of the sword arts chapter could be counted on one's fingers, and all they spoke of was the common sense of sword principle. But what made the book different lay in the fact that its creator seemed to despise all sword arts in the universe. He even held the belief that sword arts were insignificant to sword principle. This senior seems biased against sword arts. Admittedly, I do agree with his view on various sword arts, but not on his thoughts that sword arts mean nothing to a warrior and can be ignored. Jian Wushuang thought. His training began with sword arts at an early age, and he believed that it very helpful to a warrior. After all, it was sword arts that had defeated Jian Meng'er and Yi Mo in the Sword Marquis token battle. And it was also sword arts that helped him battle spirit beasts of the exceptional transforming sea realm in the dark forest, even making it possible to kill those beasts in the end. Without sword arts, he would, at most, have only been a match for spirit beasts at the peak of the profound, transforming sea realm by virtue of his unique, heavenly creation skill. Even then, it is uncertain who would have one. Shaking his head secretly, Jian Wushuang turned his eyes to the Sword Essence chapter instead of the Sword Arts chapter. Sword Essence was divided into 2 sections as well. In one, sword principle was used to accompany and enhance one's swordsmanship. Stronger swordsmanship means stronger sword essence. In the second section, sword essence was used to shape the essences of heaven and earth through comprehension. There are many essences in the universe, including the immense earth, raging flames, and the wind, everywhere in our lives. They are all part of the strength of the universe and nature. These essences can be shaped by using one's sword essence and greatly sharpening one's swordsmanship through comprehension. Upon reaching a high enough level, any move with his sword can surpass both first-class sword arts and even legendary sword arts. There are many different kinds of sword essence, such as the sword essence of Gale, the sword essence of raging fire, the sword essence of earth, and sword essence of the water drop. The contents of the Sword Essence chapter were more sophisticated and detailed than the plain introduction in the Sword Arts chapter, and Jian Wushuang was totally immersed in its contents. Chapter 42. Chapter 42. Sword Essence of Gale. After obsessively reading the contents of the Sword Essence chapter, word for word, from beginning to end, Jian Wushuang finally raised his head and breathed deeply, with a hint of shock in his eyes. "How is it going?" Sima Bu asked. "Very good, especially the chapter on sword essence." Jian Wushuang nodded his head and said seriously, "When my father was teaching me swordsmanship, he mentioned sword essence. But I didn't understand what sword essence really indicated until now. I finally know that sword essence is formed by comprehending the essence of heaven and earth. Yes, in fact, it is a matter of understanding and using the natural power of heaven and earth. Watch this." Sima Bu said, then smiled and abruptly pulled out the saber at his waist, immediately attacking a rock that was several meters away. A sharp crack appeared on the rock, and a large amount of rubble fell. "I didn't use the essences of heaven and earth just now, but now I will try again with the essence of heaven and earth. Make sure you watch." Immediately, Sima Bu split the rock again. Jian Wushuang sensed a strong and fiery power this time when the rock was attacked. Was that the essence of heaven and earth? Jian Wushuang's heartbeat quickened. Pum! The rock shattered, and a large amount of rubble fell. Jian Wushuang was astonished to see such a large difference. The difference was humongous. One attack only caused a crack in the rock, while the other blew the entire rock into pieces. Is this the difference between a normal attack and an attack using the essence of heaven and earth? Jian Wushuang asked. That's right. The essences of heaven and earth are the powers of nature, which can be guided by both sword warriors and blade warriors. However, I have only mastered superficial knowledge. Otherwise, the power would have been much stronger, said Sima Bu. Actually, for warriors, They would try to master essences of heaven and earth after reaching the gold core realm. Once he mastered a hint of sword essence or blade essence, his strength would explode. Once I met a super genius who was talented in swordsmanship like you. At that time, he had just entered the gold core realm, but he had deep comprehension in 3 different sword essences at the same time, which helped him to kill an expert warrior at the exceptional gold core realm. What? Jian Wushuang was stunned. Everyone knows the distance in power between each level only gets larger as their strength progresses. The distance between the initial gold core realm and the exceptional gold core realm was so large that even a genius who possessed a heaven-defying cultivation method, like the heavenly creation skill, still couldn't compare with someone at the exceptional gold core realm. However, because that exceptional genius reached a high level of understanding in sword essences, he was able to kill someone in the exceptional gold core realm with only 1 stroke. Just a single stroke. Sword essence, is that terrifying? Jian Wushuang asked in shock. Your spiritual power is still too low to progress to the gold core realm. But after these few days, I noticed that you are very talented in swordsmanship. So, I decided to give you this book in the hope that you can learn sword essence earlier. It depends on whether you yourself can actually comprehend it, Sima Bu said. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded. When he saw the chapter on sword essence, he knew there was a large difference someone who comprehended the essences of heaven and earth and someone who did not. He was full of longing and expectation towards the essence realm of heaven and earth. And that chapter also introduced the methods for comprehending the essences of heaven and earth in great detail. Even after this day, Jian Wushuang continued searching and battling with powerful spirit beasts at the profound transforming sea realm and exceptional transforming sea realm in the dark forest. But obviously, he spent more time studying sword essence than he had previously. Inside an open canyon of the dark forest, Jian Wushuang stood alone with his eyes closed and his long sword held out. He had been holding this position for half an hour. With the breeze whisking by his body, repeatedly he quietly attempted to feel the power of the wind in the surrounding area. The wind is invisible but ubiquitous. Unexpectedly, the long sword in his hand began to sweep slowly upwards. Very slowly, very lightly. Each move followed the strength of the wind that flowed in the surrounding area. With a trace of a smile on his face, Jian Wushuang very clearly sensed the power of the surrounding wind, as well as the lightness of the wind. Gradually, a trace of enlightenment grew in his heart as the speed of his sword increased. At this time, Sima Bu was sitting arbitrarily on a rock near the open space. Occasionally, Jian Wushuang would glance in his direction. This kid has begun to ponder sword essence, but is it so easy to comprehend? Sima Mabu shook his head and could not help laughing in the heart. One must know that to comprehend the blade essence of raging fire, he had ventured alone to a desolate and huge volcano. He lived there for a full 3 years, day and night, feeling the turbulent flames. Finally, he grasped a trace of the blade essence of raging fire, which was considered very lucky compared to the unfortunate experts in the gold core realm who worked hard their whole life without ever being able to feel a trace of the essence realm of heaven and earth. Even though Jian Wushuang was born with talent in sword principle, it would still take a long time for him to comprehend sword essence. But at this moment, how is that possible? Sima Bu looked up unexpectedly, feeling completely astonished by what he was seeing. Jian Wushuang was still practicing his swordsmanship at this moment, but the speed of his sword gradually became surprisingly fast, so much that even Sima Bu could only see the flickering sword light. He is drawing his sword so quickly, and he is doing it freestyle without using sword arts. Sima Bu was shocked. He did not use sword arts to enhance the speed, like the Aurora sword art or flowing light sword art. He was just practicing freestyle, but it was still so fast. What does it mean? The sword flows with the wind becomes the sword. the sword principle of Gale. He comprehended it. Sima Bu was dumbstruck immediately. Note that it was only yesterday when he gave the book to Jian Wushuang. Also, he only learned of the existence of the essence realm of heaven and earth yesterday. Today, he comprehended the sword principle of Gale from the essences of heaven and earth. What speed is that? Chapter 43. Chapter 43. Incredible comprehension. Whoosh! Sword light flashed at an amazingly fast speed, just like a fish swimming in the water, shifting around naturally. It was quite a bit later when Jian Wushuang finally stopped practicing. Kid, I think I am beginning to understand why Blood Feather Tower chased you in such a crazy manner, Sima Bu said to him with a complex look on his face. To be honest, I have to admit that you are an exceptional genius. You have grasped the sword principle of Gale today, even though you just learned of the essence realm of heaven and earth yesterday. Your talent completely outmatches the exceptional genius I mentioned to you earlier. If I'm not mistaken, although your natural talent is good, part of it must have to do with your awakening of the sword soul. Sword soul. Jian Wushuang felt a tremor in his heart, then nodded, quietly approving. Indeed, when practicing his swordsmanship, he also realized that something inside him helped him comprehend the essences of heaven and earth. Even though it was difficult for others, he could easily grasp the sword essence of Gale. But what was it inside him that helped him comprehend the essences of heaven and earth? Undoubtedly, it must be because of his sword soul awakening. Sword soul, something that drove Blood Feather Tower to chase after him desperately. Naturally, it must be extraordinary. It was due to the sword soul that he could immediately and swiftly comprehend a trace of the sword essence of Gale. Anyhow, I have already grasped a trace of the sword essence of Gale. With it, my swordsmanship should be several times or even dozens of times more skillful than before. Jian Wushuang thought with a bright look in his eyes. Only a trace of sword essence of Gale could easily make his sword several times faster once it was integrated into his swordsmanship. Such an increase in speed also helped sharpen his swordsmanship, greatly contributing to its piercing force. It would cause his level of swordsmanship to increase immensely. Let me test it against a spirit beast first, Jian Wushuang thought quietly. Shortly after, he fought with a huge iron-backed bear. Its force was extremely dreadful and absolutely the most formidable spirit beast in the exceptional transforming sea realm. If he had encountered this huge iron-backed bear before grasping a trace of the sword essence of Gale, Jian Wushuang would have had no choice but to flee in a disorderly manner. However, now he did not even show a trace of fear. Kill! After releasing a low howl, with his eyes blazing like torches, Jian Wushuang waved his sword. Sword light flashed out across the air for several meters before finally striking the huge body of the iron-backed bear directly. The sword light was so fleeting that the iron-backed bear didn't even realize its body had been injured at first. Instantly, a flood of fresh blood poured out from the sword scar on its body. Though the sword scar was nothing to its huge body and strong defense, it was definitely enough to enrage the iron-backed bear. Howl! The howl from the iron-backed bear's mouth echoed in the surroundings. Its two giant feet stamped on the ground as it made great strides towards Jian Wushuang. Every step forward produced a minor tremor. Go to hell, human! The dark golden eyes of the iron-backed bear were a bloody color, and its desire to kill Jian Wushuang increased dramatically. Haha, come on. Jian Wushuang began to laugh, loudly, while moving his sword to fight against it. After a while, a cold and dazzling sword light directly penetrated its defense and plunged into its throat. Iron-backed bears are formidable in both power and defense, but their speed is very slow. Now that I have grasped a trace of the sword essence of Gale, I can easily surpass it in speed. There is no chance for it to resist against my absolute advantage in speed. Jian Wushuang smiled secretly. Iron-backed bears, the most formidable spirit beasts in the exceptional transforming sea realm. Now, they could easily be slain by Jian Wushuang. Continue. Next, the tests progressed forward as he battled one formidable spirit beasts after another, such as purple crystal winged lions, phantom foxes, gibbon-shaped wolverines, 9 poisons pythons, and so on. The most formidable spirit beasts in the exceptional transforming sea realm became the opponents of Jian Wushuang and were eventually killed by him. Time flew by. It had already been 1 month since Jian Wushuang entered the dark forest. The dark forest covered an abundantly immense area, stretching across 2 provinces. Although he had already traveled for a month, Jian Wushuang still had a long way to go before he would reach the Tianan province. With his hands crossed in the darkness of the forest, Sima Bu gravely stared at Jian Wushuang, who was practicing his swordsmanship in front of him. In his eyes, he could clearly perceive that every one of Jian Wushuang's extremely heavy moves interacted and integrated with the earth. Sword essence of earth. He has just grasped a trace of the sword essence of Gale. But in less than a month after that, he seems to have also grasped the sword essence of earth. Unbelievable. It's really unbelievable. It shocked Sima Bu to his core. It was really incredible for him to simultaneously grasp 2 kinds of sword essence within a month. However, this made Sima Bu much more curious about Sword Soul. What on earth is Sword Soul? And how did it create such a monster? It wasn't long before Jian Wushuang finished practicing his swordsmanship. Earth, warm and heavy. The sword essence of earth is exactly like this. Jian Wushuang forced a smile and rejoiced. He himself didn't expect to grasp the sword essence as easily as he did today. He grasped sword principle of Gale earlier, but only 1 month later he had also grasped a trace of the sword essence of earth. For his part, that must be the result of the sword soul. Great progress had been made in his swordsmanship in the past month. First, his cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th heaven of the divine path after 1 month's worth of life and death fighting and day and night cultivation. His current level was comparable to when he used the soul-taking secret skill to fight against Yemo. At its peak, the 9th heaven of the divine path was equivalent to the exceptional transforming sea realm. Secondly, his swordsmanship, and especially his fighting experience, had made greater progress. Now, without a doubt, he was completely experienced in fighting. As for sword essence, he learned more tricks in the sword essence of Gale and became more skilled and flexible in the practice and use of sword essence. But more importantly, he also apprehended a trace of the sword essence of earth just now. It must be acknowledged that he had grasped 2 different sword essences of nature in this short amount of time. Characterized by its flexibility and fastness, the sword essence of Gale could make sword arts and piercing force much more powerful. As for the sword essence of earth, it was boundless and tremendous due to its heaviness and steadiness. If used perfectly and flexibly, these 2 sword essences could make his sword arts more dreadful and formidable. After a month of cultivating and fighting, I have killed numerous spirit beasts easily. Even the formidable spirit beasts in the exceptional transforming sea realm are not considered a threat to me. So, exposing a cold look in his eyes, Jian Wushuang made a decision in his mind. Chapter 44. Chapter 44. Bloody Moon Devil Wolf. What? You are going to fight against spirit beasts in the Gold Core realm? Sima Bu looked at Jian Wushuang with astonishment. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded. Just as water naturally runs downhill, he aspired to fight against stronger spirit beasts, ones in the Gold Core realm, to practice his swordsmanship. It was a fact that spirit beasts in the exceptional transforming sea realm couldn't pose a threat to him. Despite the big difference between the Gold Core realm and transforming sea realm, Jian Wushuang was still confident in his strength. As we all know, The peak of the ninth heaven of the divine path could rival the spiritual power of the exceptional transforming sea realm. With his sword arts, as well as the sword essences of both Gale and Earth, he had the ability to fight with spirit beasts in the Gold Core realm. Brother Boo, don't worry about me. With my current strength, I can fight against the weaker spirit beasts in the Gold Core realm. Even if I can't beat them, I can escape. If I can't escape, I can count on you, said Jian Wushuang with a smile. In the past 1 month, he got along well with Sima Bu, who always gave him references and guidance from nearby when he was fighting with spirit beasts. Jian Wushuang appreciated that very much. All right, I still want to remind you that spirit beasts in the Gold Core realm are so powerful that you may be killed by them before I can help you out. You must be careful when you confront them, Sima Bu advised repeatedly. Certainly, I won't risk my life, said Jian Wushuang while smiling. Then he began to search for nearby spirit beasts at the Gold Core realm. Spirit beasts at the transforming sea realm in the dark forest were everywhere, but those in the Gold Core realm were rare. During the last month, they only met several spirit beasts at the Gold Core realm, and once meeting them, they chose to escape instead of fighting. Jian Wushuang searched for them for a long time, but he failed to find one at the Gold Core realm on the first day. However, he found a spirit beast already in the profound Gold Core realm the next day, even though it was barely in the profound Gold Core realm. Fighting against it was like playing with fire, so he decided to give up. Jian Wushuang didn't find a suitable spirit beast in the Gold Core realm to fight with until the third day. It's a bloody moon devil wolf. Staring at the more than 1 meter high, dark red devil wolf, whose whole body seemed to have been bathed in blood, Jian Wushuang desperately desired to fight it. Human beings, just like Jian Wushuang, the dark red eyes of the bloody moon devil wolf also stared at him. Stronger spirit beasts are also much wiser. This bloody moon devil wolf in the Gold Core realm was as intelligent as a human being, so it could also feel Jian Wushuang's burning desire to fight. You, a small ant who has not even reached the Gold Core realm, how dare you fight with me? Go to hell. With a sudden release of all his strength, the bloody moon devil wolf moved so fast that only a bloody shadow was left in the air. Wearing a serious look, Jian Wushuang used his long sword against the bloody moon devil wolf right when its shadow flashed. Jian Wushuang used a mysterious angle to both stab and block the shadow of the bloody moon devil wolf as soon as its dark red shadow emerged. Immediately, an angry howl was released by the bloody moon devil wolf, accompanied by a wave of sound, easily bouncing his long sword back. What? Jian Wushuang said with astonishment. A mere howl was able to deflect his sword art. Aurora sword art. After a cold humph, Jian Wushuang released all his strength and produced many sword shadows at almost the same time. His sword arts, mixed with a trace of sword principle of Gale, made the sword shadows flash at lightning speed. Thump, thump, thump. The sky was almost filled with the whistling sword light. The bloody moon devil wolf suddenly attacked Jian Wushuang with its extremely sharp claws, which seemed to be able to split the void in two. Pum! Instantly, all the sword shadows disappeared. At the same time, a formidable force was released from the bloody moon devil wolf and transmitted to Jian Wushuang through his long sword, causing him to shiver unconsciously. It's so powerful that its force alone is enough to block me. Jian Wushuang looked serious. Watch out! Yelled Sima Bu, who was watching and standing in a nearby treetop. Jian Wushuang instantly noticed that the bloody moon devil wolf had already opened its mouth, showing its sharp and bloody fangs, and was preparing to bite off his head. Fuck off! Along with an angry shout, Jian Wushuang moved his triple kill sword to generate a kind of heavy boundlessness. He integrated sword essence into his attack and used the sword essence of earth to angrily chop at the bloody moon devil wolf, finally making it step back. Anonymous sword art Blood Shadow. With his eyes full of killing intent, Jian Wushuang instantly performed the first move of the anonymous sword arts. His use of the anonymous sword art was more powerful after grasping sword essence. The cold and sharp sword light flashed quickly as the bloody moon devil wolf abruptly lunged at him. Ding! A low crash sounded. Then Jian Wushuang tried to stabilize his body after being repelled. Sword-killing movement. Jian Wushuang released his most powerful killing blow without any hesitation. Showing an angry look in its dark red eyes, the bloody moon devil wolf suddenly stretched out its cold and sharp claws. Clang! A low metal sound crashed. Then there was a huge sword scar on the bloody moon devil wolf's paw, from which blood continuously poured out. After staring at Jian Wushuang with its dark red eyes, it shrank down into a blood shadow and fled directly into the jungle, where it disappeared. It escaped. While looking in the direction the bloody moon devil wolf fled, Jian Wushuang withdrew his long sword and displayed a strange expression. "Kid, are you okay?" Sima Bu came over to him and asked. "I'm fine." Jian Wushuang shook his head, but he couldn't help looking at his right hand that was holding his long sword. Actually, he still felt a shiver in his palm. It is worthy of being called a gold core realm spirit beast. It's much more powerful than me. Though I wounded it with my sword-killing movement during the fight, it also hurt me with the formidable power from its paws, Jian Wushuang murmured. "Kid, you did quite well. You repelled it by using your sword arts. As a spirit beast at the Gold Core realm, it is definitely more powerful than you," Sima Bu said. "Still not good enough," Jian Wushuang said without any sense of satisfaction. "My swordsmanship still needs to improve, and I'm not flexible enough when using the sword principles of both Gale and Earth. If I could use the third move of the anonymous sword arts or perfectly combine the sword principles of Gale and Earth, integrating one into the other, I wouldn't have panicked in that fight." "All right, let's continue like this." Jian Wushuang continued practicing his swordsmanship while heading towards his destination. Time flew, and 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Jian Wushuang and Sima Bu had spent 4 months walking through the dark forest before they finally reached the other side. Chapter 45. Chapter 45, Gold Dragon Palace. On the official road to the dark forest in Tiannan Province. Boy, in front of you is Qingdong City. Due to its proximity to the dark forest, the forces of Qingdong City became entangled. Some of them may be the forces of Gold Dragon Palace, and of course there are also some spies from Blood Feather Tower. Because of this, you need to keep a low profile when you go into the city. Sima Bu took a conical straw hat from his gold dragon ring, handing it to Jian Wushuang. Carrying the long sword, Jian Wushuang, whose clothes were in tatters, took it and wore it without hesitation. Compared to 4 months ago when he just entered the dark forest, Jian Wushuang obviously appeared a little calmer, and his skin had also turned much darker. Because of this, his innocent appearance had vanished. In the city, Jian Wushuang wore a conical straw hat that slightly covered his face. Although he knew that Qingdong City was already within the region of Tiannan Province, and the intelligence system of Blood Feather Tower was certainly not as good as Tiannan Province, Jian Wushuang was still cautious. Led by Sima Bu, the two quickly arrived in front of a magnificent loft. A gold dragon hovered over the rooftops of the gigantic loft, in front of which 2 men were standing there coldly. Then Sima Bu brought Jian Wushuang inside. A large number of warriors were in the loft, and most of them, like Sima Bu, were wearing a gold ring, apparently symbolizing that they were gold dragon guards. "Boy, wait for me for a while. I'm going to turn in the task," Sima Bu said. "Okay." Jian Wushuang nodded and then slightly raised his head, looking around at those gold dragon guards, who seemed to be drinking wine and chatting very casually. Yet he could feel their subtle, killing intent. Brother Bu was right. Gold dragon guards, all of them are dangerous killers, who often engage in life-and-death struggles. Jian Wushuang whispered. It took more than 4 months to finally fulfill the task. Sima Bu came back to where Jian Wushuang was, carrying a pot of wine. Then he said, "Boy, I took the task in the first place for the purpose of helping Ji Wuiwei. As for bringing you, it was just out of convenience. Now my mission has been completed. So from here on you are on your own. Thank you for all your help in these 4 months, Brother Bu." Jian Wushuang nodded with gratitude deep down inside. Sima Bu really gave him a lot of assistance, and Jian Wushuang secretly kept that favor in mind. "Haha, it's nothing. Oh yes, what do you intend to do next?" Sima Bu looked at him and asked. "I want to be a gold dragon guard." Jian Wushuang said directly. "Oh." Sima Bu smiled and said with a raised brow, "I knew that was the choice you would make. Gold Dragon Guard is an occupation that walks on the edge of life and death, making it easier to hone real experts, dangerous as it is. Besides, judging from your actions in the dark forest, your craziness makes you suitable to be a Gold Dragon Guard. However, the Gold Dragon Guard is divided into several different levels, such as 1-clawed Gold Dragon Guard, 2-clawed Gold Dragon Guard, 3-clawed Gold Dragon Guard, and Golden Dragon Ambassador, which is the highest level. Considering your current strength, at most, you can complete the task required to become a 1-clawed Gold Dragon Guard." "Yes, I see," said Jian Wushuang while nodding. Jian Wushuang often asked Bu about a variety of things those 4 months in the dark forest. Naturally, that included questions about the Gold Dragon Guard. Gold Dragon Guard was an occupation with high requirements. To even become a 1-clawed Gold Dragon Guard, the lowest level, one must at least reach the peak of the profound, transforming sea realm. In addition, to become a Gold Dragon Guard, you had to complete a task assigned by Gold Dragon Palace. These tasks were extremely difficult, and the chance of failure was high. With your current strength, as long as you are careful and not too impulsive, you have the ability to complete the task and become a 1-clawed Gold Dragon Guard. It isn't supposed to be difficult. Sima Bu laughed, witnessing Jian Wushuang's growth. Step by step for 4 months, Sima Bu was definitely aware of his strength. "Follow me. I'll take you to sign up and accept the task of a 1-clawed Gold Dragon Guard," said Sima Bu. Jian Wushuang nodded. Then Sima Bu brought him to the counter in the attic, in front of which was a gray-robed elder with silver hair and half squinting his eyes, who looked like he might fall asleep. "Mr. Hua," said Sima Bu with reverence, "my little brother wants to take on the task of a 1-clawed Gold Dragon Guard." The old man in gray looked up slightly, glancing at Jian Wushuang with his half-squinting eyes, and said indifferently, "What's your name?" "With regard to my name," Jian Wushuang touched his nose, the corners of his mouth curling upwards as he said, "Just call me Swordsman." "Swordsman." Sima Bu cast a glance at Jian Wushuang and burst out in laughter. "Take this token and come here again 3 days from now." The gray-robed elder threw a wooden token with a gold dragon mark to Jian Wushuang and then turned around without giving Jian Wushuang a second glance. "Is it that simple?" Jian Wushuang took the wooden token with great surprise. "What do you think?" "Go," said Sima Bu, smiling as they walked back. "This is Mr. Bu, right? Haven't seen you for many years." "I didn't expect to meet you here today," said someone with a clear and unpleasant tone of voice. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang saw a black-robed man with a cold face and bird eyes coming over, followed by a purple-haired man. "Zhu Tao." Sima Bu picked his eyebrow, coldly smiling as he said, "Long time no see." Zhu Tao, his bird eyes flashing with a ray of coldness, then looked to the gray-robed elder by the counter. "Mr. Hua, this is my disciple, Dongfang Yu. He is here to accept the task of a 1-clawed Gold Dragon Guard," Zhu Tao said humbly. "Take this token and come back here in 3 days." The gray-robed elder still spoke coldly and also gave the purple-haired man a wooden token with the gold dragon mark. Zhu Tao turned around and his eyes swept the room. only to see the wooden token in the hands of Jian Wushuang. The corners of his mouth quirked up as he said indifferently, "Mr. Bu, the one who is behind you is your disciple? It seems that he has already taken the task of a one-clawed gold dragon guard, too. What a coincidence! This is one of my little brothers, called Swordsman, not my disciple," Sima Bu said directly. "Is he not your disciple?" Zhu Tao was laughing, then turned around and looked at the purple-robed man. "My disciple, this is your great master, Mr. Bu, whom I often mentioned, and the one next to him is one of his little brothers. You may as well say hello to his little brother. After all, you're going to work together to accomplish the one-clawed gold dragon guard mission." "Yes." The purple-robed man nodded, then looked directly at Jian Wushuang. The corners of his mouth at this moment quirked up as he said, "Swordsman, my name is Dongfang Yu. I wonder if you have the courage to fight with me." Chapter 46. Chapter 46. Dongfang Yu. Fight with you. Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes and felt a little worried. Sima Bu said in a low voice, "Zhu Tao has a history with me and holds a grudge. His strength is not as good as mine, so he does not dare to come to me in person, only sending his disciple to make trouble for you. Just ignore him." "Is that so?" Jian Wushuang knew the reason. While glancing at Dongfang Yu, he shook his head and said, "Sorry, I'm not interested." "How come? Could it be said that the person Mr. Bu brought here is a coward?" Dongfang Yu said with a cold smile and a loud voice, attracting the attention of the gold dragon guards in the loft. The gold dragon guards looked in their direction and immediately revealed a look of interest. As so many people stared at Jian Wushuang suddenly, he pressed down his conical straw hat with a grim face. "Zhu Tao, what do you mean by this?" Sima Bu shouted with a cold voice. "Nothing. I just did not expect that the person Mr. Bu brought here was so arrogant. Whatever the outcome is, we're going to complete the task of a one-clawed gold dragon guard together 3 days from now." "He is too supercilious to even greet me," replied Zhu Tao with a sneer. "Well, do you mean that no matter who challenge us, we must take it? In that case, I challenge you now. I wonder if you have the courage to fight with me?" Sima Bu said with a deep voice. "Haha, Mr. Bu is making a fun of me. Everyone knows your strength. I dare not fight with you," Zhu Tao said casually. "Joking?" Sima Bu comprehended a glimmer of the blade essence of raging fire. He was even a 3-clawed gold dragon guard, and he was at the peak of the primordial gold core realm. Sima Bu was obviously much stronger than Zhu Tao. "Swordsman, will you always hide behind Mr. Bu? Being such a coward, what qualification do you have to complete the task of a one-clawed gold dragon guard?" Dongfang Yu said with a sneering smile. "You're right." Jian Wushuang suddenly looked up with a slight smile. "If it is just a greeting, I have no reason to refuse. Please." Jian Wushuang. Sima Bu looked over in surprise. "Don't worry. I know what to do," Jian Wushuang said with a quieter voice. Jian Wushuang accepted the challenge, and it was decided the fighting area would just be the open space of the central hall. In the area, with a coverage of dozens of square meters, stood Jian Wushuang and Dongfang Yu, with a large number of gold dragon guards nearby, happily watching. While standing there with a long black stick in his hand, Dongfang Yu exuded a soaring aura. "Long staff!" Jian Wushuang's expression changed as he drew the triple-kill sword. "Boy, be careful." Dongfang Yu smiled, followed by a quick move. Then he instantly rushed over. At this moment, the long stick in his hands turned into a shining black light. "So slow." Jian Wushuang saw Dongfang Yu rushing straight over, but he didn't take it seriously. In fact, Dongfang Yu's burst of speed from the exceptional transforming sea realm was very fast. But compared with Jian Wushuang, who comprehended a trace of the sword essence of Gale, it was indeed a bit too slow. Though it was slow, the power was not weak. "I'll use him to put on a good show." Jian Wushuang faintly smiled and suddenly swung the triple kill sword, releasing a whistling sword light that divided the air. Clang! The triple kill sword directly collided with that shining black light, making a low-pitched percussion sound. And then the dark light turned into a huge snake, twisting in the air before instantly changing back into the form of a stick, aiming to hit him. What? Jian Wushuang seemed to panic as he hurriedly waved the sword to block, but he was still hit by the stick, causing his body and knees to bow. What's more, the serpent form lengthened unexpectedly, as if a large, fierce-looking mouth was ferociously opening to bite Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang placed the triple kill sword horizontally across his chest with great effort. Pung! A low noise was heard as Jian Wushuang was knocked back, retreating directly to the edge of the open space to keep his balance. Moreover, a trace of blood spilled from his mouth at this moment. What a piece of trash you are! Dongfang Yu placed the stick upright and said with an indifferent look, "You can't even take 3 attacks from my stick, yet you want to complete the task of a one-clawed gold dragon guard. Ridiculous!" After he finished talking, Dongfang Yu did not bother to glance at Jian Wushuang. Instead, he went toward his great master, Zhu Tao, both looking at each other with a subtle smile. "Zhu Tao, your disciple is really good. His stick technique is very strong. Besides, his cultivation has also reached the peak of the exceptional transforming sea realm. Also, his cultivation method seems unusual, and his release of spiritual power was obviously much stronger than the average warrior in the exceptional transforming sea realm. Where did you find such a good disciple?" Gold Dragon guards acquainted with Zhu Tao were talking with their sights focused on him and Dongfang Yu, but no one even glanced at Jian Wushuang. After all, in this world, the strong will always be honored. Since Jian Wushuang was defeated and could not even ward off 3 strokes, naturally he could not attract the attention of these gold dragon guards. Haha, I'm telling you guys the truth. My disciple is the son of my old friend, and he indeed has a bit of talent. I would like to seize the opportunity to send him to Dragon Palace. But no one recommended him, Zhu Tao said with a laugh. Dragon Palace. You intend to send him to Dragon Palace, but no one will recommend him. Haha. Zhu Tao, your disciple is really good. The Gold Dragon Palace was very noisy because many of the Gold Dragon guards were talking about topics related to Dragon Palace. Jian Wushuang, whom no one noticed, left the crowd's attention quietly, coming to Sima Bu. Sima Bu, who was drinking alone by the table, threw the wine pot to Jian Wushuang when he saw him coming over. Take a sip, Sima Bu said. Jian Wushuang caught the wine flask and took a drink without hesitation. He had learned to drink from Sima Bu in the dark forest during the last 4 months. Now, when drinking, he felt comfortable tasting the tangy and piquant flavor. Refreshing, Jian Wushuang could not help commenting. You could have beaten him head-on, so why lose deliberately? Sima Bu laughed with a lowered voice. Though others did not know the strength of Jian Wushuang, Sima Bu was fully aware of it. Apparently, Jian Wushuang lost the fight on purpose. This is, after all, a branch palace of the Gold Dragon Palace. The more people, the more interference. Hence, there may be some spies from Blood Feather Tower. I have to keep a low profile. As it is now, everyone will focus their attention on Dongfang Yu, so no one will pay attention to me. Isn't that good? Jian Wushuang said and laughed. Haha, I understand your intention, but don't you feel embarrassed being defeated by Dongfang Yu in front of so many people with only 3 strokes? Sima Bu asked again. Compared with my life, losing face is of little significance. Jian Wushuang said, grinning and continuing to drink with his head raised. Chapter 47. Chapter 47, Dragon Palace. Having experienced the betrayal of Jian Meng'er and the pursuit from Blood Feather Tower, Jian Wushuang had become more mature and prudent. He understands when to be tolerant and keep a low profile. Taking the battle with Dongfang Yu as an example, if he failed, he would lose face, but if he won, all the people would pay attention to him, and then the rate of exposure for his identity would increase significantly. Well, Brother Bu, do you know anything regarding the Dragon Palace these people have been talking about? Jian Wushuang asked. Dragon Palace! When Sima Bu spoke about Dragon Palace, his expression was full of obvious desire. That is the holy land for Gold Dragon Palace, as well as the Tianzong dynasty. It is a gathering of real talents. It was said that there are countless treasures like cultivation methods and martial arts techniques. Lots of things that can't be obtained in Tianzong dynasty can be found in Dragon Palace. At the same time, there is a variety of strong and legendary people in the Yin-Yang Void Realm. Anyone who enters Dragon Palace will receive the best cultivation materials from Tianzong dynasty. But not everyone can be admitted to Dragon Palace to cultivate. In Tianzong dynasty, it is said that all the people in Dragon Palace are exceptional geniuses. So you can understand that only the strongest geniuses can have the opportunity to cultivate inside Dragon Palace. People with average talent are not qualified at all. Jian Wushuang could not help being stunned. Are all of them geniuses? That was to say, any disciple in Dragon Palace would be respectfully treated as a master in Tianzong dynasty. No wonder it was called the Holy Land. Brother Bu, since the qualifications are so harsh, is Dongfang Yu qualified to enter Dragon Palace? Jian Wushuang asked. Of course. Sima Bu laughed and said, but not everyone can become a disciple and join Dragon Palace. Firstly, he must be recommended by a Golden Dragon Ambassador. Secondly, he has to pass the test arranged by Dragon Palace. As for these two conditions, not everyone can accomplish the first one. Jian Wushuang understood the first condition was the recommendation from a Golden Dragon Ambassador. But what's the status of a Golden Dragon Ambassador? It was known to all that the strongest experts of the Gold Core realm, like Sima Bu, who had a deep understanding of the blade essence of Raging Fire, were just a 3-clawed Golden Dragon Guards. Only the supreme existences could be a Golden Dragon Ambassador. That recommendation would be very difficult to get. Zhu Tao has been complaining that his disciple didn't get recommended, but if he really has the talent, there is no need for him to worry about the recommendation. Look at Mr. Hua at the counter. If Dongfang Yu really is a monster-class talent, why hasn't Mr. Hua recognized him in all this time? And nobody in Golden Dragon, subsidiary palace of Qingdong City, except him has the ability to contact a Golden Dragon Ambassador. Sima Bu sneered and said. Jian Wushuang looked at the gray-robed elder in front of the counter and smiled. Mr. Hua had his eyes narrowed the whole time and would not even look at Dongfang Yu, no matter how much Zhu Tao boasted about him. In fact, Jian Wushuang, if you are willing to work hard in the future, with your talent, there is a chance for you to enter Dragon Palace, Sima Bu said. Me? Jian Wushuang shook his head. Having stayed at an inn in the Qingdong city for 3 days, Jian Wushuang went back to the Golden Dragon subsidiary palace after the 3 days' wait. Once Jian Wushuang arrived, he immediately saw many people holding the same wooden token, with the same Golden Dragon mark as him, waiting in the hall. That included Zhu Tao's disciple, Dongfang Yu. So many people. Jian Wushuang was surprised. He just came in and didn't have time to find a place to sit down. Swordsman. A shadow appeared in front of Jian Wushuang, which turned out to be Dongfang Yu. However, Dongfang Yu looked at Jian Wushuang with despise at this moment. How dare you come? Why not? Jian Wushuang asked. You can't even fight with me for 3 blows. You are such a piece of trash. Did you come here to be killed? Dongfang Yu said and laughed. Even if I did, that has nothing to do with you, said Jian Wushuang as he glanced at Dongfang Yu. He didn't want to talk with Dongfang Yu because Dongfang Yu was just a self-righteous idiot in his eyes. For someone so weak, You shouldn't have such a bad temper, said Dongfang Yu with a sneer. Then he thought, boy, once the task begins, do not let me find a chance or… Dongfang Yu remembered clearly that his great master asked him to take down anyone who had something to do with Sima Bu. Jian Wushuang sat at a table alone, but not long after, a black-haired man walked towards him. You are swordsman, right? The man asked, smiling at him and showing great passion. Who are you? Jian Wushuang looked at him and asked the man, I am Ling Tianhao, but you can also call me Mouse. I came here to finish the task to become a one-clawed golden dragon guard, just like you. The man opened his palm, showing a wooden token with the golden dragon mark. Is there something you want? Jian Wushuang asked coldly. Of course. Ling Tianhao looked at Jian Wushuang and asked, Is this your first time accepting the task for a one-clawed golden dragon guard? Yes, Jian Wushuang nodded. This is my third time. Ling Tianhao sighed and said, My strength was not enough, so I was unable to finish my task the other 2 times, only managing a narrow escape. If I can't finish the third time, I will never become a golden dragon guard. Jian Wushuang fell into silence. He knew that a person could only accept the task for one-clawed golden dragon guard 3 times. If he failed all 3 times, he would never be qualified to become a golden dragon guard. I want to cooperate with you. When the task begins, let's work together. Ling Tianhao said. Oh. Jian Wushuang was a little surprised. Cooperate. Don't hesitate. Ling Tianhao continued speaking. I know that you fought with Dongfang Yu 3 days ago, and you didn't even last for 3 exchanges. You are one of the weakest out of all the people attempting this task, just like me. So if you work alone, you will be killed before you even have a chance of finishing the task. You are right. I will cooperate with you. Jian Wushuang said and nodded. Haha, that's right. Follow me. I will introduce a backer to you. Ling Tianhao pulled Jian Wushuang along as he left. Backer? Although Jian Wushuang was doubtful, Ling Tianhao brought him to meet a red-haired girl. Chapter 48. Chapter 48. The Golden Dragon Ambassador. Boss Yin, this is Brother Swordsman. He will work with us later. Ling Tianhao smiled at the playful girl. Swordsman. The girl looked at Jian Wushuang and said, I know that you fought with Dongfang Yu here 3 days ago, and you didn't last 3 strikes. Yes, that is true. Jian Wushuang touched his nose without denying it. I am Yin Min. You can call me Boss Yin like Mouse does. From now on, if you work with me, I can guarantee that no one will dare to bully you, said the playful girl, Yin Min, patting her chest. Jian Wushuang thought that Yin Min was just boasting, but he still called out, Boss Yin. Yeah. Yin Min nodded without saying anything further. At that moment, Ling Tianhao said to Jian Wushuang quietly, Brother Swordsman, we are so lucky to have the backup of Boss Yin. Of course, this is because of our relationship with Dongfang Yu. Otherwise, I am afraid that Boss Yin would not help us. Oh, what do you mean? Jian Wushuang asked quickly. Well, maybe you don't know, but that Dongfang Yu is the sworn enemy of Boss Yin. They both also fought each other once. I quickly came to ask for her help after hearing that, and she agreed without any hesitation after knowing about the hatred between me and Dongfang Yu. As for you, Boss Yin would allow you to work with us because many people know that you were defeated by Dongfang Yu in only 3 strikes, Ling Tianhao said. Is there any animosity between you and Dongfang Yu? Jian Wushuang looked at Ling Tianhao. It's just a trivial matter, but I just really don't like Dongfang Yu, Ling Tianhao said. Jian Wushuang was doubtful and asked, Is Boss Yin's strength very powerful? Of course. She would not even lose a fight with Dongfang Yu. She is the strongest, aside from Dongfang Yu, among all the people who accepted the task for one-clawed golden dragon guard, Ling Tianhao said. Is that true? It seems that we have found a good backer. Jian Wushuang smiled mysteriously and showed his interest. At that moment, the gray-robed elder in front of the counter, Mr. Hua, came out. "Time's up. Now follow me, everyone," Mr. Hua said, leading everyone directly out of the city. After they were out of Qingdong City, Mr. Hua continued to lead everyone, walking in one direction for most of the day without stopping. "Mouse, since you have accepted the task for one-clawed golden dragon guard twice, do you know where he is leading us to?" Jian Wushuang asked. "I don't know." Ling Tianhao shook his head, then continued speaking. "The task from the Golden Dragon Palace is different every time. Only after we arrive at the designated place will we be informed of what the task is. So we have no choice but to follow him now. What were your previous 2 tasks?" Jian Wushuang continued his questioning. "I'm sorry, I can't tell you about the previous tasks," Ling Tianhao said. "Why not?" Jian Wushuang was puzzled. "Because that is the rule of Golden Dragon Palace. Any task from the Golden Dragon Palace is prohibited from being leaked out, and anyone who is found leaking it would likely be executed immediately." Ling Tianhao said seriously, "But I can tell you that those 2 tasks were extremely dangerous. It was only with good luck that I was able to survive, because most of the people were dead by the time the tasks were completed." After hearing this, Jian Wushuang wore a serious expression. They continued walking for 2 hours before they arrived at a big valley where Mr. Hua stopped. "Have we arrived?" Jian Wushuang and the others looked around, but all they could see was the vast landscape surrounding them and the huge valley. They could not clearly see what was in the valley. "Mr. Hua, you are really slow." A cold voice was heard as a lofty shadow appeared in front of them. It came from a middle-aged man who had a long red robe and a cold expression. His eyebrows were able to display majesty without losing his temperament. While holding his hands behind his back, he looked over at everyone present with profound eyes. Everything and everyone fell into complete silence when that man appeared. Jian Wushuang, Dongfang Yu, Yinmin, and everyone else who had accepted the one-clawed Golden Dragon Guard task opened their eyes wide, looking at the man in great shock. Not because of how powerful and awesome his aura was, but because the man was floating in front of them. Yes, floating. Floating in the air. Yin-Yang Void Realm. It's a supreme expert in the Yin-Yang Void Realm. A legendary existence. All the people intently stared at him as he walked through the air. It was evident that the man was a supreme expert who had entered the Yin-Yang Void Realm. The Yin-Yang Void Realm. Jian Wushuang pressed his hands tightly together as his eyes shined brilliantly. The Yin-Yang Void Realm had always been a legend. There were not many experts like him, and it was the first time for Jian Wushuang to see an expert at this level. Golden Dragon Ambassador. Even the enigmatic Mr. Hua showed respect to the man and kept a low profile. "Since you are finally here, we can start working," the man standing in the air said in a low voice. "As you wish, sir." Mr. Hua nodded continuously. Upon hearing this, the old man turned around and suddenly disappeared from everyone's sight. What speed is that? All these people who had not even reached the primordial gold core realm were stunned when they saw this scene. So fast! Although I am also very fast due to my understanding of the sword essence of Gale, I am just like a snail compared to this golden dragon ambassador, Wushuang thought. A few loud voices came out from the vast valley as soon as the golden dragon ambassador disappeared. "Who is that?" "This is the land of our Tianhuan sect." "Who are you?" "You should leave now." "Which expert has come to our Tianhuan sect?" The vast valley was the base of the sect. When the golden dragon ambassador was seen intruding into it, a loud warning came out from the valley. But after the expert in that sect learned that the man was a Yin-Yang Void Realm expert who could void walk, his tone became very respectful. At this time, a deafening sound was heard in that vast valley. "Tianhuan sect?" How dare you plot against the Golden Dragon Ambassador from our Golden Dragon Palace? Today is the end of your Tianhuan sect. Ah. Chapter 49. Chapter 49. Extermination. Boom! A severe explosive sound, like one would only hear during doomsday, burst and erupted from within the deep valley, around which a terrifying and horrible aura was simultaneously released. Afterwards, dozens of roars suddenly sounded from inside. Boom! 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 Severe crashes continuously burst out from the depths of the valley, seemingly causing the heavens and earth to tremble. No one knew what was happening there, including Jian Wushuang and others, who stood in astonishment outside the valley. All of them couldn't help holding their breath through the dozens of earth-shaking roars. It was not long before the valley suddenly became tranquil. Whoosh! The middle-aged man with a powerful aura reappeared among them. After glancing at Mr. Hua, he said, "All 14 masters of the Tianhuan sect in the Gold Core Realm are dead. You know what to do next." "Yes, Mr." Hua nodded respectfully. "Little guys, try your best," the middle-aged man said as he smiled again at the group and then left in the direction of Qingdong City. All the trainees lost focus as they stared at the middle-aged man. Only after he had completely disappeared did they begin to gradually regain control of their thoughts. Suddenly, Mr. Hua announced with a muffled voice, "Now I will tell you the task. Listen carefully." All the trainees in the area made sure to listen thoroughly. The core of the Tianhuan sect, a second-rate sect in Tianan province, is located in the valley in front of you. There are 14 masters who are experts in the Gold Core Realm, and many disciples in the Spiritual Sea Realm. However, the 14 masters have already been killed by the Golden Dragon Ambassador, said Mr. Hua. Everyone was shocked into silence. The 14 experts in the Gold Core Realm? In such a short time? They were killed. Amazing! All the expert in the Gold Core Realm were killed in such a short time. So powerful, that is true strength. Everyone was so excited and they felt their blood begin to boil, even Jian Wushuang. Though the masters are defeated, there are many disciples in the Spiritual Sea Realm and the Spirit Path. The latter ones can be ignored, but you need to obtain the 10 interspatial rings printed with the symbol of the Tianhuan sect. They are worn by the disciples in the Spiritual Sea Realm. To succeed, each one of you needs to seize one of those rings. Do you understand? Mr. Hua asked while looking around. All the trainees in the area understood. Only those who obtain one of the interspatial rings will be able to complete the mission, right? This mission doesn't seem so difficult. Someone in the area suddenly murmured. "Only 10 interspatial rings," said Yin Min, frowning slightly. "This mission is more dangerous than the previous ones." Ling Tianhao couldn't help scolding them. "Absolutely dangerous." Jian Wushuang wore a grim expression on his face as he spoke. This mission. To start with, the numerous warriors in the Spiritual Sea Realm in the sect would fight with all their power. But more importantly, there are only 10 rings and over 30 trainees present. Yet, one ring could only be used by one trainee. In other words, over 2/3 of the trainees were doomed to fail. And those who failed to obtain an interspatial ring in order to complete the mission would have to fight with the other trainees. It could also be said that they should pay equal attention to both the Spiritual Sea Realm disciples in the Tianhuan sect, as well as the other trainees from their side. Mr. Hua said, "Now that you know the mission, it's time to get started. Let's go! Kill!" The trainees that were already prepared immediately rushed towards the valley. Jian Wushuang and his companions quickly rushed out as well. Whoosh! After leaping rapidly across the ground, 3 people quickly came into view of the great sect gate in the middle of the valley. The Tianhuan sect fell into a panic and loud noises could be heard from every corner. "Both of you stay close to me. If you move too far away, it's quite possible that you will lose your lives," said Yin Min, glancing at Jian Wushuang and Ling Tianhao. Okay, said Jian Wushuang with a nod. Understood. Ling Tianhao also answered and nodded with a grim expression. Hey, Yin Min, it's rare for you to look so serious, right? A voice was suddenly heard. Then, Dong Fangyu appeared with his 5 followers behind him. Yin Min disdained him and said nothing. Dong Fangyu didn't lose his temper. Glancing at Jian Wushuang and Ling Tianhao, he laughed and then said, Yin Min, look at your 2 companions. One is joining the One-Clawed Golden Dragon Guard mission for the 3rd time, and the other was defeated by me within less than 3 moves. You actually dared to team up with these 2? This has nothing to do with you. Piss off. Yin Min directly scolded him. Dong Fangyu's expression became quite serious, but he quickly recovered. Ignoring Yin Min, he turned his eyes towards Jian Wushuang, laughing at him as he said, Hey, kid, watch out for your life during this dangerous mission. After all, trash like you can easily die inside the Tianhuan sect. Then Dong Fangyu and his followers quickly rushed inside the Tianhuan sect. What? Jian Wushuang thought. He watched with a weird expression as Dong Fangyu left. At the Golden Dragon subsidiary palace, I didn't want to risk being noticed by people from Blood Feather Tower. Because of that, I pretended to lose. But I didn't expect him to look down on me so much. Jian Wushuang touched his nose and shook his head with a smile. Then he immediately raced towards the Tianhuan sect together with Yin Min and Ling Tianhao. The moment they stepped into the Tianhuan sect, the warriors in the sect sensed their arrival. Damn, people from the Golden Dragon Palace came to exterminate my Tianhuan sect. Keep dreaming. I grew up in the Tianhuan sect. My whole life is here. If you plan to destroy my sect, you will have to step over my dead body first. Kill them. Kill them. Kill all the invaders. Stay with the sect. Many loud roars could be heard in the Tianhuan sect. They had cultivated many loyal warriors. Though the 14 experts of the Gold Core realm were dead, the warriors and disciples in the Spiritual Sea realm chose to stay with the sect and fight for it, instead of escaping. Therefore, numerous disciples in the Spiritual Sea realm from the Tianhuan sect madly rushed towards the invaders. A violent fight was about to erupt. Chapter 50. Chapter 50, Slaughter. The large group of trainees who had accepted the mission immediately split up after entering the Tianhuan sect. Some teamed up while others began rampaging alone. The disciples of the Tianhuan sect also rose up in resistance. Jian Wushuang and his companions had just arrived in one of the yards in the Tianhuan sect when they saw tens of shadows charging at them, all of them in the Spiritual Sea realm. You too, follow me closely, Yin Min ordered coldly. Gripping her scarlet long spear, she immediately dashed forward. Jian Wushuang nodded at Ling Tianhao and followed Yin Min, his expression a little cold. Invaders! The sight of these 3 instantly triggered the killing intent of the Tianhuan sect disciples. Kill them. Tens of shadows rushed toward them. Swish! A blurry spear shadow charged towards them, like a viper sticking out its tongue at its prey. For a moment, the lightning-fast spear seemed to create an environment in which snowflakes were gently falling. It gave the spear a poignant feeling. Slash, 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 slash. The spear pierced 5 necks at once, leaving 5 corpses collapsed on the ground. This skill. Jian Wushuang couldn't help being surprised when he saw this. These disciples of the Tianhuan sect were only in the initial and profound Spiritual Sea realm, so it was not hard for Yin Min in the exceptional Spiritual Sea realm to kill them. But it was so much more difficult to kill 5 with one strike. What Yin Min demonstrated earlier caused his eyes to light up. Kill. The death of their fellow disciples didn't slow down the remaining ones. They rushed forward and launched a series of attacks towards Jian Wushuang and his companions. Jian Wushuang swung, the triple kill sword in his hand at two disciples. With two clean slashes, he easily ended the lives of the two who were only in the initial spiritual sea realm. Holding his dark dagger, Ling Tianhao quietly stabbed the disciples charging at him. He was incredibly fast in killing two of them. The rest were all killed by Yin Min. It took mere moments for the tens of Tianhuan sect disciples to meet their death. They're too weak. Jian Wushuang could not help sighing when he saw all the dead bodies on the ground. The Tianhuan sect was considered a second-rate sect in the Tiannan province, yet it was far more powerful than Sword Marquee Mansion. But after the deaths of their 14 gold core realm experts, the ending was basically written in stone. The remaining disciples were all in the spiritual sea realm, with the majority in the initial and profound level. Rarely were any of them at the exceptional level. Unfortunately for them, those who accepted this mission were all at the exceptional level. They also possessed their own personal techniques. After all, anyone who accepted this mission despite knowing its extreme danger would certainly come prepared. Ling Tianhao, for example, might be one of the weakest among the participants who accepted the mission. But if you put him among the Tianhuan sect disciples who are at the exceptional spiritual sea realm, few could defeat him. None of the people I killed has an interspatial ring. What about you guys? Yin Min asked, looking over at them. None here. Jian Wushuang shook his head. Me neither. Ling Tianhao shrugged. This didn't come as a big surprise to them. After all, there were only a total of 10 rings. For how precious and rare they were, they ought to be at least worn by disciples in the exceptional spiritual sea realm. And none of those that they killed were at that level. Let's go, Yin Min said. The three of them then walked toward the depths of the Tianhuan sect. They did not even glance at the corpses on the ground. Though they felt sympathy for the Tianhuan sect disciples, they would never show any mercy in a fight. After all, they were on different sides. If they showed mercy, then the corpses lying on the ground would be theirs. Inside an underground secret room in the Tianhuan sect, there were 8 people wearing robes standing inside the room, wearing copper masks that only showed their eyes. A person wearing a black robe and a silver mask sat on a stone chair. Thud! The door to the secret room opened, and a purple-haired old man came running in, panicking. He shouted anxiously, "Please, my lords, I beg you, help save our Tianhuan sect." The one wearing a silver mask looked up, revealing his pair of cold eyes as he looked at the purple-haired old man. He said indifferently, "What's going on outside?" "They're here. Men from Golden Dragon Palace are here. There are many warriors in the exceptional spiritual sea realm. Not only that, our leader and many of our elders are already dead. We don't have a single expert in the Gold Core realm that is still alive. We simply can't hold up against those warriors, so please help us." The old man didn't even finish his sentence before he collapsed on the ground with a bloodstain on his neck. Beside him, a man wearing a copper mask was slowly sheathing his sword. "My lord, what should we do next?" a copper-masked servant asked. 3 years ago, the Tianhuan sect leaked some information, scheming against a Golden Dragon ambassador. It was supposed to be a secret, but it was still discovered by the Golden Dragon Palace. Their intelligence work is truly amazing. The man with the silver mask continued coldly. Since it has been discovered, the Tianhuan sect is bound to be exterminated. As for us, naturally it's best if we can avoid exposing ourselves. Those who are sent here now are only in the exceptional spiritual sea realm. If I estimate correctly, they're part of a one-clawed Golden Dragon Guard mission. Those rookies may not even discover this place if we stay here. And if they really do end up finding us, the Golden Dragon Ambassador would already be gone by then. Without the Golden Dragon Ambassador hindering us, it's impossible for those rookies to stand in our way. They were all afraid of the Golden Dragon Ambassador, who is in the Yin-Yang Void Realm. The man with the silver mask was not an exception. When the Golden Dragon Ambassador was fighting with others, He did not discover them because the robed men were good at hiding their auras and were hidden in this secret room. In his opinion, the high and mighty Golden Dragon Ambassador would no be so bored as to stay back and watch the rookies wrap up the mission after he finished killing all the Gold Core Realm experts. But what a pity that the extermination of the Tianhuan sect means we've lost a chess piece. The man wearing the silver mask shook his head and sighed. The black robe and that facial mask, they were obvious symbols of Blood Feather Tower, the strongest assassination association of the Tianzong dynasty. Chapter 51. Chapter 51. The First Interspatial Ring. In the Tianhuan sect. Qi. A long spear stabbed through the throat of a Tianhuan sect disciple without making a sound. Then, with an abrupt sweep, it heavily hacked towards two more disciples, making them step back. If you don't want to be killed, then leave. Yinmin, a nifty girl with a long spear in her hands, wore a cold expression while criticizing them. However, several Tianhuan sect disciples ignored her words and lunged at her, immediately attacking with their knives and swords. "Kill them," Yinmin said in a cold voice. A flash of coldness appeared in the eyes of Jian Wushuang and Ling Tianhao, but suddenly, a cold voice and 3 auras rushed into the battle. These cultivators were stronger than previous Tianhuan sect disciples. 3 people at the level of exceptional spiritual C. The arrival of these 3 caused Jian Wushuang's expression to change. Since they came to the Tianhuan sect, they had encountered 3 groups of Tianhuan sect disciples who just reached the level of profound spiritual C realm and the initial realm. They had yet to encounter a single disciple at the exceptional spiritual C realm, not to mention encountering 3 of them at the same time. "You too, protect yourselves," Yinmin said in a low voice. Then the long spear in her hands danced through the air like flashing stars and drifting snow as it struck towards 2 of the disciples at the exceptional spiritual C realm. "Haozi, leave the exceptional spiritual C realm disciple to me. As for the others, it's up to you to handle them," Jian Wushuang said in a low voice. "Yes," Ling Tianhao said and nodded. Although he had to fight against several Tianhuan sect disciples at the same time, these disciples were only at the level of profound spiritual C realm or initial spiritual C realm and were no threat to him. Those 3 at the exceptional spiritual C realm that could threaten him had been blocked by Yinmin and Jian Wushuang. "How dare you 2 guys blocked me?" Yinmin laughed loudly, and then she furiously hacked towards the 2 people at exceptional spiritual C realm with the long red spear, blasting them with hazy spear shadows. Both of them realized how ruthless and tyrannical Yinmin was as they fended her off with all their strength. However, they were no match for Yinmin's spear skills. Though fighting against 2 enemies, Yinmin still gained the upper hand. "Be careful, she is strong," said a person at exceptional spiritual C realm, seriously. She is only at the level of exceptional spiritual C realm. Why should we be afraid of her when we have a 2-to-1 advantage? Let's kill her." The other one sniffed, and then they lunged at Yinmin again. A giant axe was shown in front of Yinmin and hacked towards her. Meanwhile, a flash of dark gold sword light appeared in front of Yinmin, traveling 10 meters in an instant. How ridiculous! Yinmin laughed as the look in her eyes abruptly turned cold. Divine spear of dripping blood. Clang, clang, clang. 2 flashes of spear shadow struck out successively, faster than those 2 people expected. And then those 2 flashes of spear shadow stabbed into the area between the eyebrows of both disciples, immediately killing them. Good girl, Yinmin has a good command of her spearmanship. Jian Wushuang was still fighting with the other disciple at exceptional spiritual C realm, but he saw everything that happened, especially when Yinmin killed other 2 disciples at exceptional spiritual C realm on her own. It seems that I should also show a little bit of my ability. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly while looking at his enemy. Die. Only Jian Wushuang could hear his light voice. The disciple at Exceptional Spiritual Sea Realm saw a flash of cold, sword light in front of him, rapidly approaching his eyes. It was too fast for him to resist, quickly piercing through his throat. Meanwhile, Ling Tianhao also defeated his enemies. Swordsman, not bad. How did you kill someone at Exceptional Spiritual Sea Realm on your own? Yin Min asked while looking at Jian Wushuang with startled eyes. Haha, I just have a good luck, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Really? Yin Min raised her eyebrow, but didn't continue asking. Chapter 52. Chapter 52. Stealing benefits from others. Get out of here. Seeing those 4 people rushing towards her, Yin Min angrily howled and raised the red long spear up high, hacking towards them with amazing power. The heavy spear's shadow immediately swept towards those 4 people. What? Those 4 people changed their faces while resisting Yin Min's spear. Then, the 4 people were knocked back over 10 meters by Yin Min before they regained their footing. Whoosh! Whoosh! Jian Wushuang and Ling Tianhao immediately appeared beside Yin Min. Do you want to kill people on your own side? Jian Wushuang said in a cold voice. That interspatial ring should have belonged to us, but you guys snatched it. Those 4 people all had grim expressions as a burly man, the leader of them, growled. If you guys are wise, then hand over the interspatial ring or we'll. Otherwise, Yin Min sneered and said, more than 30 people received the task, but only 10 interspatial rings exist. That means most of the people can't complete the task. This is a competition between us, and the interspatial ring is in my hand. If you want to grab it, just come try. But who will get the ring hasn't been decided yet. Those 4 burly men felt unpleasant. They had just fought with Yin Min and realized that Yin Min's strength was stronger than any of them. Even killing 2 of them on her own was a piece of cake. Besides her, there were Jian Wushuang and Ling Tianhao. They would probably suffer if they fought with them. Let's go. The burly man snorted, and then those 4 people reluctantly left. Jian Wushuang and other 2 couldn't help laughing when they saw the group leaving. It's lucky for them to leave. Otherwise, it's possible 1 or 2 of them would be killed by me and swordsmen, not to mention Sister Yin. Fighting against 3 on her own is no problem at all, Ling Tianhao said with a smile. Fighting against 3 on my own? Yin Min shook her head and said, You think too highly of me. Those who dare to receive a Golden Dragon Guard task are stronger than we imagine. Fighting 2 is possible, but 3 is not realistic. All right, don't talk about it anymore. We have been fighting for a long time. Now we finally have an interspatial ring. Give this one to me, and if we obtain more interspatial ring, they will belong to you too. How's it? Yin Min turned to Jian Wushuang and Ling Tianhao. No problem, Jian Wushuang said and nodded. Of course I agree, replied Ling Tianhao with a smile. It was obvious that Yin Min was the biggest contributor to the battle. She was also the oldest among them, so giving the first ring to her was only proper. Okay, let's go on. It hasn't been long since the slaughter started, so we have many opportunities to find more interspatial rings, Yin Min said. Yes. Both Jian Wushuang and Ling Tianhao agreed and nodded. The slaughter in the Tianhuan sect continued, becoming even crazier as time passed. Jian Wushuang and other 2 had already been in the Tianhuan sect for an hour. Jian Wushuang and other 2 suddenly looked up from the corridor and saw a fierce battle ahead of them. There were 2 sides in the battle. One side, disciples of the Tianhuan sect, and on the other side, their acquaintances that also came for the Golden Dragon Palace task. It's those 4, Jian Wushuang said. Those people fighting against the Tianhuan sect disciples were the stout man and his 3 companions that they had just met. The first interspatial ring Yin Min got was from them. They are in a bad situation, Jian Wushuang said in a low voice. They could clearly see that those 4 people were in a bad situation because over 20 Tianhuan sect disciples were fighting against them. Among them were 5 disciples at exceptional spiritual sea realm. These 4 guys are really unlucky. It's unbelievable they were attacked by so many Tianhuan sect disciples, Yin Min said and sneered. Look, Sister Yin and Swordsman, that man's right hand, Ling Tianhao suddenly exclaimed. Jian Wushuang and Yin Min looked in the direction Ling Tianhao pointed. They saw a Tianhuan sect disciple at exceptional spiritual sea realm wearing a lilac ring on his right index finger. An interspatial ring. Yin Min felt surprised and said, Haha, the second interspatial ring has appeared. Let's do it. First, we'll join hands with those 4 men to kill the Tianhuan sect disciples. Then we grabbed the interspatial ring. Yes. Both Jian Wushuang and Ling Tianhao agreed and nodded. The 3 of them immediately rushed into the battle. 3 more bastards. Kill them. The Tianhuan sect disciples were crazy with bloodlust, immediately attacking Jian Wushuang and the other 2 as soon as they saw them. The pressure on the other 4 who had been under siege this whole time was suddenly reduced by a large amount. It's them. The stout man changed his face after seeing Jian Wushuang and quickly said, Run. We should get away while the Tianhuan sect disciples are fighting with them. What? The other 3 men froze. Why should we leave? If we join hands with them, it is completely possible to kill all these Tianhuan sect disciples and grab the interspatial ring, a purple-dressed woman asked. Our alliance surely can kill all of the Tianhuan sect disciples. But after that, can we get the interspatial ring? Don't forget that Yin Min just defeated us on her own. There is also Swordsman and that Ling Tianhao who has reached the exceptional spiritual sea realm. We are no match for them at all if we fight against them, the stout man said with a chilly expression. Instead of joining hands with them and then letting them take the interspatial ring, it would be better leave now and observe them secretly. After they finish the life and death struggle against the Tianhuan sect disciples, we can show up and obtain the ring without any effort. Good idea. Both sides will suffer great losses in such a fierce battle. Whoever wins the battle will be weakened, and then we can easily defeat either side at that time. I agree too. The other 3 soon agreed with the stout man. Chapter 53. Chapter 53. Jian Wushuang showing his strength. Since all of you have agreed, let's go, said the sturdy man, as a chilling smile appeared on his face. Then he quickly turned around and disappeared into the corridor with his companions, leaving Jian Wushuang and the other 2 to fight with a pack of Tianhuan sect disciples. Bastards! Damn it! Seeing that, Yin Min and Ling Tianhao cursed in rage with a peevish expression on their faces. This is troublesome. Jian Wushuang also felt a little worried. Including those 4 along with Jian Wushuang, Yin Min, and Ling Tianhao, if these 7 exceptional spiritual sea realm masters fought together, they would easily defeat these Tianhuan sect disciples. However, with those 4 leaving, the remaining 3 had to fight with 5 exceptional spiritual sea realm disciples, a dozen profound spiritual sea realm and initial spiritual sea realm Tianhuan sect disciples. The situation was instantly at its worst. Haha, your companions seem to have abandoned you. Poor guys, prepare to get trashed. All the disciples of the Tianhuan sect laughed at Jian Wushuang and the other 2, lunging at them directly. Swordsman, Haozi, let's fight. Yin Min shouted to Jian Wushuang and desperately rushed into the battlefield. I'll take 3 exceptional spiritual sea realm disciples. I'll count on you to handle the rest too. Several profound spiritual sea realm and initial realm disciples, Yin Min said in a deep voice. It was her ultimate limit to fight with 3 exceptional spiritual sea realm disciples at the same time. Let me take these 5 exceptional spiritual sea realm disciples. Jian Wushuang's word surprised Yinmin. Before she could reply, Jian Wushuang ran in front of her with amazing speed and collided with the Tianhuan sect disciples. Whoosh! Suddenly, a bright, dazzling sword light swept across the 5 exceptional spiritual sea realm disciples simultaneously. What? How dare he fight with all 5 of us at the same time? He must be suicidal. Kill him. Those 5 exceptional spiritual sea realm disciples became furious and lunged towards Jian Wushuang. But when the dazzling sword light swept, zooming, the horrible sword essence rose suddenly and sharply. Watch out! The 5 exceptional spiritual sea realm disciples hurriedly changed from attack to defense. But when they came into contact with the sword light, these 5 figures fell back with 5 loud thumps. Shoop! 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 The wild sword shadows almost instantaneously spurted from Jian Wushuang's hands. The amazing speed of Aurora swordsmanship had soared to an incredible level ever since Jian Wushuang comprehended the sword essence of Gale. It's so fast! Amazing! Be careful! The Tianhuan disciples shouted with voices full of fear. Although the 5 exceptional spiritual sea realm disciples tried their best to withstand the sword shadows were too fast and arrived too quickly. Even though the sword shadows swept to 5 of them at the same time, it was still too fast to resist. Clang! 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 The sounds of clanks were heard one after another. The 5 exceptional spiritual sea realm disciples were hit by dozens of sword attacks, and 3 of them seemed to be unable to parry. Beep! A sword flash swept towards the throat of those 3 disciples. Chi! The 3 figures immediately fell backward. Damn it! Run! Seeing that, the Tianhuan sect disciples began escaping crazily with almost no hesitation. The 2 remaining exceptional spiritual sea realm disciples also lost the courage to fight with Jian Wushuang. The only thing they could do was run. He's too strong. Even with 5 of us together, his swordsmanship was so fast that he killed 3 of us in the blink of an eye. We'll all die here if we do not run. The 2 exceptional spiritual sea realm disciples were aware of the insurmountable gap between Jian Wushuang and them. Naturally, they did not dare to fight with Jian Wushuang anymore. Run! A cold voice, without a hint of emotion, rang out near one of the exceptional spiritual sea realm disciples. The disciple raised his head in horror, only to find Jian Wushuang standing in front of him and the triple kill sword stuck in him. No, the disciple only had time to make an unwilling roar before he was immediately killed. You are the owner of the interspatial ring. I can't let you get away from me. After killing the exceptional spiritual sea realm disciple, Jian Wushuang grinned and took the interspatial ring off the disciple's finger. As for the Tianhuan sect disciples that escaped, Jian Wushuang was not in the mood to chase after them. Swordsman! Swordsman! Jian Wushuang turned his head, finding Yinmin and Ling Tianhao with stunned expressions on their faces that were hard to describe. Jian Wushuang stroked his nose and then laughed in his sleeve. Last time he deliberately lost to Dongfangyu so he would not stand out, making people think he was weak. And during the mission this time he still hadn't found a good chance to prove his ability because of Yinmin. He had finally reached the point where he could not hide it anymore. His strength shocked Yinmin and Ling Tianhao. Jian Wushuang killed 4 real, exceptional spiritual sea realm disciples in an instant. What kind of strength was that? Yinmin knew that if she fought against 5 exceptional spiritual sea realm disciples, she could barely resist for a while before eventually losing. In the end, she would die even if she killed one of 2 of them by risking her life, which meant that Jian Wushuang's strength was much more tremendous than hers. Haha, swordsman, I admire you so much. When Ling Tianhao regained himself, he laughed and gave Jian Wushuang a bear hug. Swordsman, You hid your strength this whole time? Yin Min asked seriously. Yes, Jian Wushuang said and nodded. There was no sense in denying it now. You fought with 5 exceptional spiritual Sea Realm disciples on your own and killed 4 of them in a short time. This level of strength is not something me or Dongfang you can compare with. Swordsman, you disguised yourself pretty well, Yin Min said with a smile. The 4 who abandoned Jian Wushuang, Yin Min, and Ling Tianhao, gloating as they were surrounded by the Tianhuan sect disciples, were still very close. They were hiding in a room near the courtyard and heard everything Jian Wushuang and Yin Min said. Chapter 54. Chapter 54. Haunting like a ghost. You'll see, even though Yin Min boasts immense strength, there's a large number of Tianhuan sect disciples at the level of profound spiritual Sea Realm and Initial Realm, as well as 5 disciples at exceptional spiritual Sea Realm. This kind of battle will definitely make them suffer, the stout man said gloatingly. But only a short while later they saw Jian Wushuang kill 4 of the exceptional spiritual Sea Realm disciples swiftly and cruelly, while the remaining Tianhuan sect disciples fled. The 4 of them were stunned. It's impossible. Unbelievable. That swordsman, how could he be so strong? I can't believe that he killed 4 exceptional spiritual Sea Realm disciples in such a short time. How could that happen? The 4 of them felt it was impossible. Meanwhile, they recalled the words they heard in Golden Dragon Subsidiary Palace. It was about Dongfang Yu defeating Jian Wushuang in only 3 moves. Today we personally witnessed swordsman's strength. How was it possible that he couldn't resist Dongfang Yu? You must be kidding me. I would rather believe that Dongfang Yu was defeated by him in 3 moves, roared the stout man. How could his incredible strength be overcome by Dongfang Yu in 3 moves? That was ridiculous. It is a relief that we didn't have a real conflict with them. Or, the stout man spoke in a relaxing tone. He counted himself fortunate to have never turned against Yin Min, even when she took interspatial ring away from him. He felt terrified when he thought of Jian Wushuang's immense power. Go. Be quick, the stout man roared. We should keep away from these 3 people until the mission is finished. All in all, we used them just now, and they might hold a grudge against us. I'm afraid that they will fight against us next time. Go. Hurry up. The others nodded and intended to escape in panic. Hey, do you see that? Said the woman in purple. The strong man turned his head at once. Suddenly his expression became weird. It's them. It's Dongfang Yu and his followers. They arrived just now and met swordsmen just in time. The 4 were just about ready to leave, but at this moment their steps suddenly stopped. On the corridor, Jian Wushuang and his companions also noticed Dongfang Yu and his followers. It's Dongfang Yu. Yin Min and Ling Tianhao glanced at Jian Wushuang with queer complexions. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows and smiled slightly but said nothing. Dongfang Yu, you are like a ghost, constantly haunting us, Yin Min said in a cold voice and cast a glance towards Dongfang Yu. Yin Min, I'm surprised that the 2 trash following you are still alive. Lucky guys. Dongfang Yu appeared in front of them, speaking with an arrogant voice. Let's get to the point. Yin Min, since you guys have been in the Tianhuan sect for a while now, I bet you have an interspatial ring, right? Interspatial ring, Yin Min said with a sneer. Then she stretched out her right hand as a light purple ring shined dazzlingly on her 4th finger. Here it is. If you want it, come and take it. At the sight of the interspatial ring on Yin Min's hand, the eyes of the 5 people behind Dongfang Yu brightened, and a flash of heat appeared in their eyes. Oh, you really do have one, but only 1 ring. Dongfang Yu sneered at her and turned his head to his 5 followers. Then he said, let's go. The people following Dongfang Yu hesitated, but eventually they left with him. However, Dongfang Yu glanced at Jian Wushuang and Ling Tianhao as he left and said in a low voice, You 2 trash are very lucky to have Yin Min as your pillar. but there are only 10 interspatial rings. Even I only managed to get one of them. How dare you expect to get them? Dongfang, you left once, he finished speaking. What a contemptuous look. But he would never think that our swordsman has the second interspatial ring, Ling Tianhao said before pursing his lips. I'm surprised he didn't bother us. That was my fault. I should have given the ring to you, Haozi. If Dongfang Yu knew an interspatial ring was in your hands, he would definitely try to take it from you without hesitation. She was definitely hoping to see Dongfang Yu try to take the ring just now. If he had started a fight, Jian Wushuang would have instantly given him a lesson. But Dongfang Yu had no desire to snatch the interspatial ring when he saw that it was in her possession. Things would totally change if the interspatial ring was Ling Tianhao's. Haozi, the second interspatial ring, it's yours. Jian Wushuang gave the ring to Ling Tianhao. Swordsman, what happened to you? Ling Tianhao looked at Jian Wushuang in astonishment, instead of accepting the ring. I need you two to do me a favor. Jian Wushuang said directly. How can we help you? Yin Min also turned to face him. See this attic? Jian Wushuang stared at the attic beside him and said with a smile, I want to cultivate alone in this attic with no interruptions. So I need you two to safeguard me. Cultivate. You want to cultivate now. Yin Min and Ling Tianhao both felt astonished. Did you have a breakthrough? Yin Min asked spontaneously. Yes, Jian Wushuang said and nodded. Really? Yin Min and Ling Tianhao were both surprised. They believed the fighting capacity of Jian Wushuang was already incredible among people in the spiritual sea realm. If he made a breakthrough, he would probably reach the gold core, primordial gold core, a level they hope to reach someday. I need some time to cultivate, but I don't know how long I will need. Maybe our mission will finish before I'm done with my cultivation. So the second interspatial ring naturally belongs to you, Haozi. After all, it's your last chance to attempt the Golden Dragon Guard mission. If you fail, you will never be able to become a Golden Dragon Guard for the rest of your life. But it's not the same for me, Jian Wushuang said while smiling. I see, Ling Tianhao understood, so he nodded his head with a smile and said, Thanks a lot. You can count on us to guard this area. We won't let anyone disturb you. Thanks, said Jian Wushuang. Then he smiled and went straight into the attic. Yin Min and Ling Tianhao stood guard in front of the attic. The stout man and his companions witnessed it all because they were still near the courtyard. What is Swordsman doing? Why did he go into the attic? Did he suddenly comprehend something? Is he going to make a breakthrough? Will he reach the gold core? Their complexions became uneasy. The strength of Jian Wushuang was already so terrifying. What kind of level would he reach after he made a breakthrough? Don't mind what he does. From now on, if we meet the three of them, we turn round immediately, the stout man said and left with the others in a hurry. Chapter 55. Chapter 55. Breakthrough into the ultimate spiritual sea. It was true Jian Wushuang was about to achieve a breakthrough, but not in the way that Yin Min and the others thought he would. The breakthrough was not into the gold core, but the spiritual sea realm. No one knew that Jian Wushuang, who could easily kill an expert that had achieved the exceptional spiritual sea realm, had not even entered the realm yet. He sat cross-legged inside the attic, where boundless spiritual power was beginning to come together inside his body. Having reached the top of the 9th heaven of divine path 3 months ago, his breakthrough would happen at any given time. Earlier, while fighting 3 experts of the exceptional spiritual sea realm, he unexpectedly noticed signs that his spiritual power was about to break through. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for a breakthrough. Naturally, he did not dare to make any delays. Others are in the realm of spiritual sea, but I'm in the ultimate spiritual sea. Jian Wushuang smiled. In the first place, the heavenly creation skill was heaven-defying cultivation method. Cultivating the skill was an act in defiance of the natural order. With every step, he was defying nature and becoming extraordinary. Ordinary martial arts who cultivated the spirit path were in the spiritual realm of 7 realms of spirit steps. Martial artists cultivating the heavenly creation skill, on the other hand, was in the 9 heavens of divine path. The typical warrior would be in the spiritual sea from spiritual power, while those who cultivated the heavenly creation skill would break through into the ultimate spiritual sea. I wonder what's the so-called expansion of the ultimate spiritual sea. Jian Wushuang felt excited. Inside him, his condensed spiritual power was charging at the barrier of his breakthrough, crashing into it. The spiritual power only made impact several times for breaking the barrier. The rest of his spiritual power instantly flowed into all his tendons and vessels. Here came the ultimate spiritual sea. He finally understood the ultimate spiritual sea really was after the breakthrough. It's the amount of spiritual power. I've only broken through into the spiritual sea realm, but there's so much more spiritual power in my body. I'd say it's 10 times more than the ordinary spiritual sea realm warrior. Surprise crossed his face. Compared with the spiritual sea from spiritual power of ordinary warriors, the spiritual power of ultimate spiritual sea is vaster. The spiritual sea realm was divided into 3 levels, namely the initial, profound, and exceptional realm. There would be a vast improvement in spiritual power in every level advancement. But it was a different story for ultimate spiritual sea. Instead of having the profound realm and initial realm stages, the ultimate spiritual sea had 3 levels that increased the amount of spiritual power with each advancement. Now that Jian Wushuang had entered the first level of the ultimate spiritual sea, his spiritual power was 10 times the amount of spiritual sea realm warrior. In stage 2 of the ultimate spiritual sea, his spiritual power would be 100 times the amount of spiritual sea realm warriors. If he reached stage 3, then his spiritual power could be described as truly endless. The amount of spiritual power available should not be taken lightly. Warriors need a strong foundation of spiritual power, whether to fight with others or display their martial arts. If they exhaust their spiritual power from a prolonged battle or tricky martial arts, they could only wait to be killed. And what an endless spiritual power meant. That meant if he was fighting someone of similar strength, he could rely on his endless spiritual power to prolong the battle and wait for his opponent to exhaust his own. This was truly an unbelievably strong advantage. However, through all 3 levels of the ultimate spiritual sea, only the amount of spiritual power would increase and not strengthen itself. That was to say, his spiritual force outbreak would remain consistent throughout. This was unlike ordinary spiritual sea realm warriors who would see a great improvement in their spiritual power outbreak with each level breakthrough. But that did not bother Jian Wushuang. It's only normal that spiritual power outbreak doesn't improve. After all, his spiritual power outbreak was already comparable to that of the exceptional spiritual sea realm when he was at the peak of the 9th heaven of divine path. If his spiritual power increased to its peak after achieving the final level of the ultimate spiritual sea, could anyone still survive after fighting him? My spiritual power outbreak. He closed his eyes and made a fist. He felt the explosive power in his hand, experiencing a far stronger energy than he had ever felt. A smile came to his face. I've now broken through into the ultimate spiritual sea. Though I won't see any improvements in my spiritual power outbreak in the 2nd and 3rd stage in the future, my current spiritual power outbreak is now good enough to surpass an expert of the gold core realm. He was only in the 1st level of the ultimate spiritual sea, yet he had spiritual power outbreak of a primordial gold core. His spiritual power, in particular, surpassed that of ordinary spiritual sea realm warriors. This was the ultimate cultivation of the sky after the expansion of the ultimate spiritual sea. Just as Jian Wushuang was marveling at his breakthrough, Something else was going on in the underground secret chamber of the Tianhuan sect. Shadows wrapped in black robes appeared one after another. The screams above are getting fainter. Looks like the fighting is coming to an end in the Tianhuan sect, a man with silver mask said. The warriors of the Golden Dragon Palace have been fighting above for nearly 2 hours, enough time for them to wipe out the entire sect twice. Most spiritual sea realm warriors of the Tianhuan sect had already been slaughtered. Most who remained had already fled, with only a handful still scattered in the corners of the sect. Basically, the fight was about to be over very soon. But just then something happened. Boom! The door to the secret room was kicked open, followed by the sound of hearty laughter. Haha, I didn't expect there's a secret room inside the Tianhuan sect. What's in this room? All the robed men inside the secret room instantly became cold when they heard the laughter. The door of the secret room opened and 4 shadows stepped one after another. If Jian Wushuang were here, he would definitely recognize them at a glance, for they were the ones who had framed him in the past. The minute the 4 men stepped into the secret room, the 9 robed men all glared at them with a deadly coldness. The silver-masked man's gaze was even more severe, piercing enough to stab a human heart like a sword. Oh! Feeling the glares of the robed men, the 4 men seemed like their hearts had momentarily stopped beating. That stout man opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but in that instant the silver-masked man instantly disappeared. When he reappeared again, he was already standing behind the stout man. The stout man's eyes rounded. He felt a warm sensation in his throat and found only gushing warm blood when he touched his throat. Thud! The 4 intruders collapsed on the ground. The silver-masked man suddenly spoke, his cold voice reverberating inside the secret room. Since we're already exposed, there's no longer any need to hide. Follow me and just kill our way out. I'd like to see who dare stop me. Ah. Chapter 56. Chapter 56. Death to those who stop me. Dongfang Yu stood on the roof of an attic, looking cold. He had 5 experts following him earlier, but now one was missing. There were too many spiritual sea realm warriors in the Tianhuan sect. Though Dongfang Yu and his 5 companions of the exceptional spiritual sea realm were strong, it was not enough for them to rampage through the sect. Not too long ago, they even lost one of their companions in a fierce battle. It's been 2 hours. Those Tianhuan sect warriors that weren't dead had all fled. There aren't many of them left. We've found 3 interspatial ring. I suppose the rest have found the remaining 7, said Dongfang Yu. The 4 people behind him appeared grim. Dongfang Yu would definitely claim one of the 3 things, while they had to share the remaining 2. 2 of them were destined to go back empty-handed, failing to accomplish the mission. These 2 interspatial ring, Dongfang Yu was just about to assign the rings between themselves. Boom! When they felt a terrifying aura suddenly emerging, the 5 of them immediately turned toward the source of the aura. They saw robed shadows appearing one after another, all wearing masks and bearing intense, murderous intentions. The one who was the most striking was the man with the silver mask. He was the source of the terrifying aura they felt earlier, so strong that Dongfang Yu could not help the change in his expression. Gold core. It's an expert of the gold core realm. There's actually an expert of the gold core realm in the Tianhuan sect. Everyone from the Golden Dragon Palace was also shocked after sensing the fearsome aura. The difference between the primordial gold core and the spiritual sea realm was like heaven and earth. Even Dongfang Yu, who was close to achieving the gold core, would be defeated by an expert of gold core realm. Worse, he could even be instantly killed. The fearsome aura burst forth from within the silver-masked man, seemingly forming a great storm. When the man charged forward, the storm seemed to be swept away. "Death to those who stop me!" the man roared, creating a commotion in the Tianhuan sect that had just recently fallen into a brief silence. Let's go fast, Dongfang Yu said. Together with his 4 companions, he jumped off the roof in haste and disappeared. He was afraid to even show up in the robed men's line of sight for fear of them targeting him. Whoosh! A figure abruptly appeared before the group of robed men. It was none other than the gray-clothed elder Mr. Hua. Are you people from the Blood Feather Tower? Mr. Hua appeared grim. He did not expect there would be so many assassins of the Blood Feather Tower to be hidden within the Tianhuan sect. Good that you know. The silver-masked man relaxed when he saw the man before him was a mere gold core warrior and realized that the Golden Dragon ambassador was gone. He sneered and said, Our Blood Feather Tower doesn't intend on making enemies with the Golden Dragon Palace. Today, you're here to destroy the Tianhuan sect. That has nothing to do with us. We just so happen to witness it. In that case, then I ask you that you leave immediately. In addition, you're not to fight with these rookies who have just accepted the mission of the Golden Dragon Guard. Otherwise, Mr. was said in a low voice. As the #1 assassination organization of Tianzhong Dynasty, the Blood Feather Tower did not have a pervasive influence in the Tiannan province. But it was better not to provoke them if there was not a need to. Don't worry. We just want to leave this place. We naturally won't hurt them as long as they don't stop us. The silver-masked man smiled. He glanced at the 8 black-robed men beside him and said, Let's go. Kill anyone who dares to get in our way. Yes. Their figures blurring into mere shadows, the black-robed men jumped onto the pavilion roof and started leaping from one roof to another. Whether it was the remaining Tianhuan sect disciples or the rookies from the Golden Dragon Palace, none dared to stop the impressive sight of an expert of Gold Core Realm leading 8 exceptional spiritual sea realm warriors. Just then, Jian Wushuang had stepped out of the attic after breaking through into the ultimate spiritual sea. The moment he came out, he instantly sensed the terrifying aura permeating the Tianhuan sect. He immediately leaped to the roof, finding Yin Min and Ling Tianhao already there. Those are... Yin Min and Ling Tianhao noticed many robed silhouettes leaping across roofs, charging in their direction. They were particularly frightened by the terrifying aura bursting from the silver-masked man. They both immediately recognized the silver-masked man. It's a gold core standout. 1 gold core and 8 profound spiritual sea realm warriors. They're heading in our direction. Let's retreat. They did not hesitate and also warned Jian Wushuang. Swordsmen, hurry up and leave. But Jian Wushuang did not show any signs of wanting to escape. He remained rooted in place, staring coolly at the robed shadows before him. Black robes, masks. Blood Feather Tower. He muttered these 3 words through gritted teeth as a burning killing intent raged within him. OM. He swiped at the men with a ringing sound, releasing his sword essence. The majestic stream of murderous intention and sword essence merged together to be one and flew up to the 9th heaven. The incomparably mysterious power within his body, the power of sword soul, in his body seemed to be gradually awakening at the same time. Jian Wushuang had unsheathed his triple-kill sword in a flash and stood coolly on the roof of the attic as if he was the king of swordsmanship, dominating everyone's lives and deaths, drawing everyone's attention to him. Swordsmen, hurry up and go. Yin Min and Ling Tianhao were surprised to see Jian Wushuang not escaping. Instead, he was standing there bearing a strong intention to battle it out with the robed men. In every corner of the Tianhuan sect, the surviving warriors who had accepted the mission were all standing on rooftops. They had also spotted the figure emitting a strong fighting desire. It's him. It's the swordsman. These people recognized Jian Wushuang. What is this trash trying to do? He must have gone mad with fear. 8 of those black-robed men were exceptional spiritual sea realm warriors, and the last was even an expert of Gold Core Realm. He should have retreated after seeing such a group. Dongfang Yu said, He's really digging his own grave. Chapter 57. Chapter 57. Swordsman, Outburst of Power. On the roof, Jian Wushuang had the aura of a master swordsman as he stared at those black-robed men with a chilling expression. Both sides continued moving towards each other. The black-robed men fiercely raced across the rooftops. Upon noticing Jian Wushuang standing in their way, their eyes flashed with killing intent. "Kill him," said one of the black-robed men. Like to said to Mr. Hua, they only wanted to leave. But if someone wanted to stop them, they would attack and kill them without hesitation. Jian Wushuang was clearly planning to stop them. "Swordsmen, retreat! Retreat, retreat, retreat!" Yin Min and Ling Tianhao shouted widely at Jian Wushuang, but Jian Wushuang did not move at all. "Retreat? Should I retreat? Impossible!" Jian Wushuang roared in his heart. He was too weak 4 months ago, so he could only run away while being chased by a great number of silver and golden masked assassins from the Blood Feather Tower. But now, for months later, everything had changed. More importantly, his opponents were just 1 silver masked assassin and 8 copper masked assassins. They were not strong enough to make him retreat. Since he did not have to retreat, he would fight. This is war. I couldn't afford to stand out in the Golden Dragon subsidiary palace because there were too many people around. But everything that happens during the Golden Dragon Palace task is top secret. No one would dare to spread the information. So I don't have to worry about drawing attention or my true strength being revealed. Jian Wushuang raised his head, looking at them with cold eyes that were void of any emotion. He moved directly in front of the black-robed men and abruptly swung his triple-kill sword. The first move of anonymous swordsmanship, Blood Shadow. The speed of his sword flashed out. At this moment, it was even more incredible, cold, and harsh than ever before. On the roof, except for the silver-masked man, the other 8 black-robed men saw a dazzling sword light move towards them, with the reflection in their eyes growing larger. The sword light was too fast. A hint of panic could be felt coming from the 8 black-robed men. In the next moment, the sword flash swept past the necks of those 8 men without any obstruction. The 8 black-robed men fell down without making a sound. All of a sudden, the whole Tianhuan sect went dead still. Silence, dead silence. Everyone in the Tianhuan sect was shocked by this terrifying sword speed. On top of the roof, the silver-masked man in a black robe was the only one still standing in front of Jian Wushuang. He glanced at the black-robed men who had all just died and felt frightened. He also saw the stroke from Jian Wushuang. The only one stroke swept past the necks of the 8 men at an amazing speed, killing all 8 of the exceptional spiritual sea realm assassins from Blood Feather Tower. "Who are you?" The silver-masked man in a black robe asked with unprecedented seriousness. "I am swordsman," Jian Wushuang answered indifferently. "I only want to leave here. I'm not trying to impede your task, and I'm not a person from the Tianhuan sect." "I shouldn't be a target from your task," the silver-masked man in a black robe said in a low voice. "It has nothing to do with the Golden Dragon Palace. You were all dead the moment I saw you," Jian Wushuang said without any emotion. "Let's see who died first." The silver-masked man in a black robe turned into a stream of light and appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. A dark red dagger pierced the air and immediately moved towards Jian Wushuang's head with an unprecedented speed. At the same time, a gruff voice from the silver-masked man in black robe rang out. "Go to hell." The eyes of the silver-masked man in a black robe were filled with killing intent. As an assassin at the silver mask level in the Blood Feather Tower, his first move was a slaughter move. "Ridiculous," said Jian Wushuang. Smiling indifferently, he charged toward the killer. This seemingly casual sword move was the first move of anonymous swordsmanship, Blood Shadow. The speed of the sword light was unbelievably quick. That was the sword movement. The gray-robed elder Mr. Hua concentrated on this rooftop fight in the near distance. He looked serious. Sword essence of Gale. He grasped a sense of the sword essence of Gale, and his understanding of it is very deep. The sword movement was so quick. Yes, the speed was very fast. The dark red dagger had not reached Jian Wushuang, yet the sword light from Jian Wushuang's attack had already moved towards the silver-masked man in a black robe. Clang! As a deep metal crash sounded, the silver-masked man suddenly felt a strong power surge through his dark red dagger. The power of the clash instantly numbed his hands and forced him to retreat. The silver-masked man gaped in shock at Jian Wushuang. He hasn't reached primordial golden core, but his spiritual power is as strong as mine. More importantly, his swordsmanship is faster and superior to mine. Sword essence. Yes, he has grasped a sense of sword essence. It was no wonder that the silver-masked man in a black robe was so stunned. He could tell that Jian Wushuang had not reached the level of primordial golden pill yet. After all, spiritual power had a qualitative change once it reached the level of primordial golden pill. Once it was released, spiritual power at the primordial golden pill level couldn't be hidden. He didn't sense an aura at the level of the golden pill from Jian Wushuang, so he was sure that Jian Wushuang had not reached the level of primordial golden pill realm. This alone was enough to thoroughly surprise him. He has reached the peak of initial gold core realm, and there was only one step away from profound gold core realm. He used a slaughter move, but he was thoroughly defeated by Jian Wushuang, who had not even reached the gold core yet. What does it mean? Run. The silver-masked man in a black robe instantly made a decision. He could only run. As an assassin, speed was his strong point, so he fled for his life. However, the speed of Jian Wushuang was much faster than his. Trying to escape? Jian Wushuang said indifferently. What? The silver-masked man in a black robe was astonished and filled with a sense of bitterness. Warriors with a sense of the sword essence of Gale are best at speed. Go to hell, Jian Wushuang said while releasing a strong killing intent. It was the second move of anonymous swordsmanship, sword-killing movement. A dazzling and bloody sword light appeared. This strike is even faster and stronger than the previous one. The silver-masked man in a black robe was full of despair, and he even gave up on fighting back at this moment. The dazzling, bloody sword light easily slashed out through his neck. Spurt. The silver-masked man in a black robe, at the level of initial gold core realm, was lying dead on the ground. Ah! Chapter 58. Chapter 58. Contemptible scoundrel. In Tianhuan sect, everyone was surprised to see the silver-masked man in a black robe falling down. He was as proud as a peacock just now and said that no one could stand in his way. But he was killed by someone else in only a second, and it was a person who accepted a one-clawed gold dragon guard mission. Swordsman, he unexpectedly killed a gold core realm expert. He killed all 8 people in the exceptional spiritual sea realm and even the expert in the gold core realm. He couldn't even run away. Is he the same swordsman who could not take 3 moves from Dongfang Yu? He can kill innate gold core realm experts, but he could not take 3 attacks from Dongfang Yu. Everyone was shocked by what they had just witnessed. As for Dongfang Yu, his expression was extremely funny. How was that possible? Dongfang Yu murmured. His eyes were empty. He simply could not believe it. He killed 8 people in the exceptional spiritual sea realm. He even killed the gold core realm expert in 1 move. That man didn't even get a chance to run away. What level was his strength at? And it was the same man that could not take 3 moves from him during recruitment that did it. He couldn't believe it. He recalled what he said to Jian Wushuang at the beginning of the mission. You are just a waste. There are so many people in the Tianhuan sect that can kill you. His words had been full of disdain. Thinking back to those words, Dongfang Yu's complexion became very pale. He suddenly realized that Jian Wushuang must have lost on purpose. After killing the silver-masked man in a black robe on the roof, Jian Wushuang looked over and noticed Dongfang Yu inside the courtyard. Whoosh! Jian Wushuang moved swiftly towards Dongfang Yu, appearing in front of him in a second. Whoosh! An icy sword edge hit Dongfang Yu's throat. Hand over your interspatial ring, or you will die, Jian Wushuang said coldly without any emotion. Dongfang Yu moved his throat, clearly sensing the icy sword edge, remembering the recent death of the man of Gold Core Realm. He had no doubt that Jian Wushuang could do it. The four people behind Dongfang Yu had disdained Jian Wushuang earlier, but now they did not even dare to breathe. Should I refuse? Dongfang Yu roared in mind. His small and fragile self-esteem fought with his reason, but in the end his reason prevailed. While trembling, Dongfang Yu handed over an interspatial ring to Jian Wushuang without too much hesitation. Jian Wushuang took the interspatial ring and smiled. He looked Dongfang Yu up and down as if he was a contemptible scoundrel. Finally, Jian Wushuang withdrew and sheathed the triple-kill sword, walking away without a single word. Dongfang Yu and the four people sighed with relief after Jian Wushuang went away. At that moment, they were totally soaked in sweat, especially Dongfang Yu. He was still trembling even now. Suddenly Dongfang Yu turned to the four people behind him. An interspatial ring was taken away by swordsmen. That means only 2 people can finish the task now. Dongfang Yu looked gloomy. Then the complexions of the 4 people behind Dongfang Yu turned serious. Yin Min and Ling Tianhao were waiting in the courtyard. It didn't take long for Jian Wushuang to arrive. Ling Tianhao moved towards Jian Wushuang and smiled. Haha, swordsman, innate Gold Core Realm. A real Gold Core Realm expert was killed by you. You are so awesome. You were indeed awesome, swordsman. Yin Min gave Jian Wushuang the thumbs up. Well, the reason why your strength improved so much was because you had made a breakthrough, right? Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded. The reason that he was able to kill the 8 in the exceptional spiritual sea realm with only 1 stroke, and even kill the silver-masked man in a black robe, who was at the peak of the initial Gold Core Realm, was because he made a breakthrough and reached the ultimate spirit sea. As a result, his spiritual power improved to a level similar to an average warrior in the Gold Core Realm. If he had not made a breakthrough, he could not have killed the silver-masked man in black robe so easily. We should leave here, Jian Wushuang said. What about the ring? Ling Tianhao asked. Don't worry, I took an interspatial ring just now, Jian Wushuang said. Oh, Yin Min and Ling Tianhao both felt surprised. I saw Dongfang Yu and snatched an interspatial ring from him just now, said Jian Wushuang, smiling weirdly. After hearing that, both Yin Min and Ling Tianhao showed great interest. Haha, swordsman, did you confront Dongfang Yu? Ling Tianhao looked excited. I don't think Dongfang Yu has enough courage to fight with you. He must have handed over the interspatial ring immediately. Haha, I wonder how terrible the expression on his face was, Yin Min said and laughed. Certainly it must have been very ugly, Ling Tianhao said and also laughed. Both Yin Min and Ling Tianhao had some kind of beef with Dongfang Yu, so they disliked him. But they both could not contend with him. So it was reasonable for them to be so excited when they heard that Dongfang Yu suffered a defeat on Swordsman's hand. Jian Wushuang only shook his head and smiled. In his eyes, Dongfang Yu was just a contemptible scoundrel and could not make a difference at all. Outside this gigantic valley, the gray-robed Elder Mister, who waited quietly, some warriors in the one-clawed Gold Dragon Guard mission had recently returned. Mister, who didn't pay any attention to them though. However, when Jian Wushuang, Lin Min, and Lin Tianhao came back safe and sound, Everyone immediately looked in their direction. Swordsman. Although he only reached spiritual sea realm, he killed an expert in primordial gold core. It was too awesome. The people who witnessed the death of the 9 black-robed men had complicated expressions while they looked at Jian Wushuang more carefully this time. Even the gray-robed elder Mr. Hu gave Jian Wushuang a friendly smile. Mr. Hu said gently, "Well done, kiddo." "Thanks," Jian Wushuang said modestly. "Please wait for a while," said Mr. Hu with a smile. Chapter 59. Chapter 59. Invitation. The experts who had accepted the task came back one after another. Dongfang Yu, followed by the brown-haired man, was the last to arrive, but his appearance looked a little unnatural. "It's good that there are still 15 people alive in the end," Mr. was said indifferently with a casual glance. However, everyone else looked awestruck. More than 30 people at the exceptional spiritual sea realm accepted this mission, but only 15 people survived in the end. In other words, more than half of the people died during the mission. Some were killed by disciples from the Tianhuan sect, while the ones killed by fellow examinees is probably not only a few. Jian Wushuang thought secretly. Take Dongfang Yu, for example. He was followed by 5 martial masters in the beginning, but now there was only the brown-haired man who was seriously injured. So it was very clear to Jian Wushuang how the other 4 people had died. "Everyone who has an interspatial ring should give it to me," said Mr. Hua. Among the 15 people who survived, 10 stepped forward to hand in their rings, at which point Mr. Hua took out a list and recorded their names. After recording their names, Mr. Hua waved his hand and threw them gold rings. "These are your gold dragon rings. The claw marks represent your rank in the Gold Dragon Guard. 1 claw mark stands for 1 clawed Gold Dragon Guard, while 2 stands for 2 clawed Gold Dragon Guard. From this day forth, you are members of the Gold Dragon Guard," Mr. Hua said loudly. After receiving the rings, Jian Wushuang and the other 9, who had completed the task, immediately used their blood to bind the rings. "Is this an interspatial ring?" Jian Wushuang became aware of the space contained in the interspatial ring when he inspected it with his mind. Then he laughed and said, "This interspatial ring will make it more convenient to carry things. You should be exhausted after completing the task, so you can take a break before returning to Qingdong City." After saying this, Mr. Hu glanced at Jian Wushuang and said, "Little guy, come with me." Jian Wushuang felt surprised as he followed Mr. Hu to the side. "Little guy, you hid so well. I did not notice the slightest flaw when you were defeated by Dongfang Yu within 3 rounds 3 days ago." Mr. Hu glanced at Jian Wushuang with a smile. Jian Wushuang only smiled awkwardly. "If I'm not mistaken, you should have some grievances with the Blood Feather Tower, right?" Mr. Hu asked suddenly. Jian Wushuang's complexion changed immediately. "It seems that I guessed right." It was clear to Mr. Hu when he saw the change in Jian Wushuang's expression. Every action has a reason. There must have been a reason for you to prefer giving up your face and allowing Dongfang Yu to defeat you within 3 rounds at the Gold Dragon subsidiary palace. Yet, during this mission, you killed all the people from Blood Feather Tower. So, I guess that you must have a huge feud with Blood Feather Tower. Hearing that, Jian Wushuang could only shrug his shoulders, replying in a deep voice, "I do in fact have a grudge with Blood Feather Tower. Unless I die, I will never stop seeking revenge." "Unless you die?" Mr. Hu frowned. Blood Feather Tower is the #1 assassin organization in the Tianzong dynasty. Their actions are very cruel and extreme. In the Tianzong dynasty, there are many people who have grudges with the Blood Feather Tower, deathless endlessly, but Tianan province is not the main province where Blood Feather Tower operates. Their insidious hidden strength cannot be underestimated. If you are spotted by them, you will be in a big trouble, Mr. Hu said and smiled. But don't worry, the rehabilitation capacity of our Golden Dragon Palace is always good, and in general, it's not possible to let out the course of this mission. Therefore, although you have killed several martial experts of Bloodfeather Tower, you don't need to worry about being spotted by the people of Bloodfeather Tower. I know, Jian Wushuang said and nodded. But don't worry, our Gold Dragon Palace is always good at dealing with the aftermath. In general, it's impossible for the information of this mission to be leaked. Therefore, although you have killed several experts from Bloodfeather Tower, you won't have to worry about being targeted by Bloodfeather Tower. Little guy, you should have heard of Dragon Palace? Mr. Hu asked suddenly. Of course I have. Jian Wushuang nodded heavily. It will be much simpler if you already know about the Dragon Palace. Are you interested in cultivating in the Dragon Palace? Asked Mr. Hu while smiling mysteriously. Go to the Dragon Palace to cultivate? Jian Wushuang asked while surprised. Dragon Palace was a holy place full of exceptional geniuses. Jian Wushuang has always wanted to join a group like Dragon Palace, a place which was full of geniuses and monsters. Can I join Dragon Palace? Jian Wushuang asked immediately. I'm uncertain whether you can actually join Dragon Palace to cultivate, but based on your performance in the Tianhuan sect, you can easily kill someone at the peak of initial Gold Core Realm in just 2 moves while you are only in Spiritual Sea Realm. This is incredible, and you can absolutely be called a monster, so you have a very good chance of entering Dragon Palace. Therefore, if you are willing to wait, I will ask for a Gold Dragon Ambassador to come and verify your actual strength once we return to Qingdong City. As long as you can gain the recognition and recommendation of the Gold Dragon Ambassador, you will have a chance cultivate at Dragon Palace. Mr. Hu paused and glanced at Jian Wushuang afterwards. So I'll ask you now, do you want to go to Dragon Palace for cultivation? Yes, of course I do. Jian Wushuang nodded and said immediately without any hesitation. Dragon Palace was a holy place for cultivation. Numerous talents in the Tianzong dynasty were eager to join and cultivate, and Jian Wushuang was no exception. After all, a warrior who cultivated blindly by himself could become an expert. But compared with warriors who had a lot of resources and were instructed by experts, he would still be inferior. Jian Wushuang possessed remarkable ability in swordsmanship because he had followed his father in practicing swordsmanship since he was a child. Therefore, he knew very well that there was a large difference between having a teacher and learning on his own. Haha, I will immediately arrange for you as you wish after returning to Qingdong City. In addition, it doesn't matter if you eventually didn't enter into Dragon Palace. But once you enter into Dragon Palace, you needn't care about Bloodfeather Tower, because Dragon Palace will protect its talented disciples strictly. Even Bloodfeather Tower is hard to find chance to kill you, and even if there's a chance, they dare not to kill the disciples of Dragon Palace. Mr. was said with a smile. After hearing these words, Jian Wushuang's eyes lit up again. What was he most worried about? It was not having the chance to grow up and become stronger, the chance that Bloodfeather Tower did not want to give him. If he joined the Dragon Palace, he could grow up slowly over the next few years under the protection of the Dragon Palace. He would even have a chance to grow strong enough to make the Bloodfeather Tower treat him seriously, maybe even fear him. Chapter 60. Chapter 60, Yi Rafeng. Jian Wushuang returned to where Yin Min and Ling Tianhao were after his conversation with Mr. Hu. Brother swordsman, what did His Excellency say? The impatient Ling Tianhao immediately asked. He asked me if I want to join the Dragon Palace, Jian Wushuang said. Join the Dragon Palace? Ling Tianhao stared at him wide-eyed. The Dragon Palace? Yin Min was also looking at him in shock. The warriors who accepted the mission with them also overheard Jian Wushuang's answer, and their expressions changed. Some looked envious, some appeared shocked, and there were also those who shot him looks of longing. Dongfang Yu's expression, in particular, was complex beyond measure. He still remembered how his great master, Zhu Tao, had been complimenting him on his ability to join the Dragon Place when they were in the Golden Dragon subsidiary palace. He said, Dongfang, you only lacked someone to recommend him. But Mr. Hua did not even spare him a glance. Yet Mr. Hua had taken the initiative to invite Jian Wushuang to join the Dragon Palace. The way he treated them both was too dramatically different. Humph. So what if Mr. Hua is willing to play matchmaker? The recommendation list is with the Golden Dragon Ambassador, not Mr. Hua. Even if Mr. Hua has the recommendation list, it's not like he'll be able to join the Dragon Place if he wants to. Dongfang was feeling a deep envy toward Jian Wushuang. Now listen carefully. The sonorous voice of Mr. Hua suddenly reverberated as his gaze traveled around the place. The missions issued by our Golden Dragon Palace have always been secrets. Though you've joined the mission, you mustn't reveal anything about it, whether it's the process or the result. If it is leaked and we find out it's you, we'll kill you no matter who you are. Everyone looked serious. No one dared to defy the rules of the Golden Dragon Palace. Well, let's go back to the Qingdong city. With a wave of Mr. Hua's hand, everyone immediately embarked on their way back to the Qingdong city. They all felt tense when they made their way here, but much more relaxed now that their mission was done. Those who had officially become the one-clawed Golden Dragon Guard were in especially high spirits. Before long, they made it back to the Golden Dragon subsidiary palace in the Qingdong city. The second they reached the place, Mr. Hua immediately said to Jian Wushuang, Young man, come with me to see the Golden Dragon Ambassador. Sure. Jian Wushuang nodded. Brother Swordsman, I really need to thank you this time. Go ahead and see the Golden Dragon Messenger. When you return, we must have a good drink, said Ling Tianhao, smiling. Haozi and I will be waiting for you at the Celestial Immortal Residence, with good wine, Yin Min said with a smile. No problem. Jian Wushuang nodded with a smile. He then followed Mr. Hua in the direction of the inner hall of the attic. When they came to an empty secret room, Mr. Hua said, Wait here for a moment. I'll go meet the Golden Dragon Ambassador. Thank you. Jian Wushuang nodded. Mr. Hua was not gone for long. Soon he returned with a grim-looking, middle-aged man dressed in a crimson robe. Jian Wushuang had met this man before. It was none other than the Golden Dragon Ambassador, who had killed 14 experts of the Gold Core realm of the Tianhuan sect. He immediately bowed. Your Excellency, Golden Dragon Ambassador. Human, is he the young man who you mentioned has the chance to cultivate in the Dragon Palace? The middle-aged man asked. Yes, his name is Swordsman, Human replied. Swordsman? It's probably a pseudonym. When the middle-aged man looked at Jian Wushuang, he felt as if he was being targeted by an ancient fierce beast. I'll introduce myself first, young man. I'm Yi Rafeng, and as for my rank, you should be aware that I'm the Golden Dragon Ambassador of the Golden Dragon Palace, Yi Rafeng said slowly. Earlier, Human has told me about you, and he spoke highly of you. But the recommendation list to enter the Dragon Palace is in my hands. So if you want to join us for cultivation, you must first display enough talent to satisfy me. I understand. Jian Wushuang nodded. Good. I'll be your opponent. Show me all that you've got, and remember, you don't have many opportunities, Yi Rafeng said. Yes. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath, his expression turning solemn. As what Yi Rafeng had mentioned, he truly did not have many opportunities. Golden Dragon Ambassador, I'll start. He was already gripping his triple-kill sword, and a strong fighting desire rose in him. Feel free to come at me. Yi Rafeng had his hands behind his back and wore an indifferent expression. Anonymous swordsmanship, sword-killing movement. Jian Wushuang's eyes turned cold as he gathered his killing intent. A stream of dazzling bloody sword essence burst forth. His killing intent rose sharply at that moment, before being pushed to its peak. Yi Rafeng was surprised. Oh, It's the formless swordsmanship? He, as the golden dragon messenger and the strongest warrior at the Yin-Yang Void Realm, was naturally familiar with the so-called first in the world, the formless swordsmanship. He did not use any martial arts technique or show any of his amazing cultivation of spiritual power. With a simple wave of his sleeves, he easily defused Jian Wushuang's strongest sword move. When he was done, he stretched out his fingers. Clang! He caught the edge of the triple kill sword like a pincer. No matter how much Jian Wushuang struggled, he could not move the sword out of Yi Rufeng's firm hold. This? Jian Wushuang was greatly shocked. He had long known that Yin-Yang Void Realm warriors had impressive strength, but he did not expect it to be this strong. After making a breakthrough into the ultimate spirit sea level, he could kill the strongest initial gold core realm with ease. But now the strongest move he could use was so easily defused by Yi Rufeng to the point where his sword was even being controlled by mere fingers. You're already pretty good to be able to use the second type of the formless swordsmanship to this extent. Yi Rufeng was still holding the triple kill sword in place, but he was now smiling at Jian Wushuang. You imbued the sword essence of Gale in your swordsmanship, and you also have a high comprehension of it. Not bad. Not bad at all. He finally loosened his grip, allowing Jian Wushuang to retrieve his sword. It's a shame that I don't have a swordsmanship suitable for the sword essence of Earth. Otherwise, Jian Wushuang balled his hands into fists, feeling unsatisfied with the outcome. He had comprehended sword essence of Gale and sword essence of Earth at nearly the same time. Though he comprehended the former earlier, he later realized that he comprehended sword essence of Earth faster and ended up doing just that in the Dark Forest in the past 3 months. Thus, he had a better comprehension of the sword essence of Earth. Unfortunately, he did not have a suitable swordsmanship to display it. Take his strongest move, the anonymous swordsmanship, as an example. It emphasized on speed and was most suitable to be used with the sword essence of Gale. When paired with the sword essence of Earth, it not only seemed out of place, its might was also reduced greatly. Chapter 61. Chapter 61. Going through the Dragon Gate. Gold Dragon Ambassador, what do you think about this little guy? Human asked. His comprehension of the sword principle of Gale is good. Yi Rufeng smiled slightly and looked at Jian Wushuang, then continued, Little guy, how old are you? 17, Jian Wushuang replied. Only 17. Yi Rufeng and Human both had a surprised expression. Then Yi Rufeng laughed and said, You are excellent considering your high comprehension of the sword principle of Gale. Little guy, you should prepare yourself to go to the Dragon Palace with me in 2 days. Jian Wushuang's eyes lit up because he understood that Yi Rufeng recognized his talent and was going to recommend him. Thank you so much, Gold Dragon Ambassador, Jian Wushuang said immediately. You are welcome. It will also benefit me if you really become a disciple of Dragon Palace. Yi Rufeng gave a wave. Jian Wushuang nodded, and then he left. Qingdong City, Celestial Immortal Residence. Brother Swordsman. Swordsman, how did it go? Yin Min and Ling Tianhao had been waiting for him since earlier. The Gold Dragon Ambassador promised to recommend me, but it's not guaranteed that I can join Dragon Palace, Jian Wushuang said. Haha, based on your strength, you should definitely be able to. Come on. Cheers, Ling Tianhao said and smiled. Jian Wushuang grabbed the wine cup and had a toast with Ling Tianhao. Although the time that he had been acquainted with Yin Min and Ling Tianhao was not long, he found that they were a spontaneous and merited group after getting along with them. The status of a Gold Dragon Ambassador is high, and he knows a lot regarding Dragon Palace. Also, a Gold Dragon Ambassador has a limited number of recommendations, so each recommendation is important. Since the Gold Dragon Ambassador recommended you, it means that he thinks you have the ability to make it through the test to join Dragon Palace, Yin Min said. Jian Wushuang nodded secretly. Indeed, Yi Rafeng was well informed on the situation inside the Dragon Palace. Since he was willing to recommend him, it meant that he was confident in Jian Wushuang. Haha, based on that, you will definitely be able to join and cultivate in the Dragon Palace. Come on. Cheers. Cheers. Congratulations. Ling Tianhao said instantly. Jian Wushuang and Yin Min also lift their cups. The three of them were drinking with passion. 2 days later, at the Golden Dragon subsidiary palace. Little guy, are you ready? Let's go, Yi Rafeng said. Jian Wushuang nodded, and then he left the city with Yi Rafeng. Now they were outside of the city. Grasp my hand, Yi Rafeng said. After grasping Yi Rafeng's hand without hesitance, Jian Wushuang felt a special power gathering beneath Yi Rafeng's feet. Subsequently, the figure of Yi Rafeng was floating, and then Jian Wushuang also began floating. Then, they left at an incredible speed. Is this void walk? Jian Wushuang was surprised and became even more eager to reach the Yin-Yang Void Realm. The distance between the Dragon Palace and Qingdong City was equal to the most remote provinces. It would take 1 or 2 months to rush to the Dragon Palace if Jian Wushuang walked there on his own. But now it would only take 1 day to rush to the Dragon Palace under Yi Rafeng's lead. Is this the Dragon Palace? Jian Wushuang was still floating in the air, overlooking the boundless ground in astonishment. Below him, he saw an area between 2 giant mountains, full of magnificent palaces and pavilions that towered above the ground. In the center, a statue of a gold dragon was coiled up, appearing as if it was flying to the 9th heaven. Let's go down. Yi Rafeng dived down along with Jian Wushuang. Upon reaching the ground, many figures appeared in front of them. These people all wore the same golden armors and helmets, holding golden long spears. When they saw Yi Rafeng, they paid their respects instantly and said, Your Excellency, where are the 2 palace masters? Yi Rafeng asked directly. They are both staying at the Dragon Gate, a golden-armored sergeant, a leader among them, said. Oh, the Dragon Gate? Is there an exceptional genius going through the Dragon Gate Pass? He should be fascinating if he drew the attention of the 2 palace masters, replied Yi Rafeng. Yes, he is new, but his talent is unbelievable. It's said that he has made it through the 6th layer, said the golden-armored sergeant. What, the 6th layer? Yi Rafeng was shocked and then waved his hand, saying, Carry on with your duties. I'll go meet the 2 palace masters on my own. Okay. Those golden-armored sergeants went back to work immediately. However, they could not help glancing at Jian Wushuang as they left. Jian Wushuang's expression was serious. Once those golden-armored sergeants were gone, he could not help asking, Your Excellency, those sergeants are all experts in the gold core realm. Yes, and their strength is at the peak of the gold core realm. Yi Rafeng smiled casually and continued saying, Those golden-armored sergeants are the emperor-guarding army that is well known in the Tianzong dynasty. They specifically guard the imperial palace and some other important areas. They are the most elite and violent force in the Tianzong dynasty. The battle strength of the army is astonishing. The minimum strength required to become a sergeant in the emperor-guarding army, the peak of the golden core realm. What? Jian Wushuang was astonished. The minimum strength required for normal sergeants was the peak of the gold core realm. Little guy, I have heard from Human that you have a great enmity with the Blood Feather Tower, and that it's irreconcilable. Is that right? Yi Rafeng asked while looking at Jian Wushuang. Yes, Jian Wushuang said and nodded. Don't worry about the Blood Feather Tower. As long as you can make it through the Dragon Palace's test and become a disciple of Dragon Palace, you will be protected. The Dragon Palace is located at the campsite of the Emperor-guarding army. There are many experts. The Blood Feather Tower has no way to kill you in the Dragon Palace, even if they sent all of their experts here, said Yi Rafeng. Jian Wushuang believed him. Your Excellency, is the Dragon Gate that the sergeant mentioned also the testing area for joining the Dragon Palace? Jian Wushuang asked. You are clever. Yes, a carp jumping into the Dragon Gate means that you are successful. Every disciple who joins and cultivates in the Dragon Palace has to make it through the Dragon Gate Pass. That is the test you must pass, Yu Rafeng narrated. The test in the Dragon Gate is special. It doesn't test your cultivation, spiritual power, or your martial arts technique. It tests your comprehension of the essence realm of heaven and earth. The Dragon Gate has total 13 layers. The first layer requires comprehension of the essence realm of heaven and earth. The higher your comprehension, the more layers you go through. Under normal circumstances, the minimum for joining the Dragon Palace is to make it through the third layer. Because your swordsmanship was executed using your comprehension of the sword principle of Gale, I think that you are very likely to make it through the third layer. That is why I recommended you, Yu Rafeng said. Based on my comprehension of the sword principle of Gale, it is very likely that I can make it through the third layer. Jian Wushuang's expression became strange. From what the golden-armored sergeant said earlier, a new person, like him, that just arrived was currently going through the Dragon Gate and had already passed through the sixth layer. Chapter 62. Chapter 62. Peerless Genius Yang Zixuan. Okay, this is the Dragon Gate. Yu Rafeng led Jian Wushuang to a towering golden pavilion. At a glance, the pavilion appeared to have 13 levels. At the moment, many people were standing in front of the golden pavilion. The two most prominent people were an old man wearing a black robe and a graceful woman dressed in white. Even though Yu Rafeng was an expert, upon seeing these two people he bowed to pay his respects and said, Greetings, Palace Master Black and Palace Master White. Yu Rafeng. The graceful woman in white looked at him and Jian Wushuang, then said with a smile, You brought this little guy to go through the Dragon Gate. Yes, said Yu Rafeng with a nod. You will have to wait a minute. Someone else is already going through the Dragon Gate now, said the graceful woman in white. Then she turned her head immediately. Yu Rafeng and Jian Wushuang had no choice but to wait quietly. Jian Wushuang lifted his head and looked at the towering golden pavilion. The lowest 6 levels of this 13-level golden pavilion were shining. Jian Wushuang knew it meant that 6 levels had been passed by the genius that was currently going through the Dragon Gate. Currently, the genius was making his way through the 7th level. Suddenly, the 7th level of the golden pavilion also burst out with a golden light. He passed the 7th level. Yu Rafeng shouted out in shock. Many others outside of the golden pavilion also shouted out in surprise. Sir Yi, is it amazing that he passed the 7th level? Jian Wushuang couldn't help asking. Amazing. It is really amazing. Yu Rafeng nodded seriously and said, I have told you that moving through the Dragon Gate is based on your comprehension of the essence realm of heaven and earth. It's likely that you could make it through the 3rd level with your comprehension of the sword principle of Gale, but it's hard to say if you could make it through the 4th level. As for the 7th level, it's a huge bottleneck. Generally speaking, only someone with comprehension equal to an expert in the Yin-Yang Void Realm can make it through. In other words, if someone gets through the 7th level, it means that his comprehension of the essence realm of heaven and earth is not less than an expert in the Yin-Yang Void Realm. Jian Wushuang was shocked. How strong was an expert in the Yin-Yang Void Realm? How high was an expert's comprehension of the essence realm of heaven and earth? Jian Wushuang could not imagine it. However, he knew that the amount of time he spent comprehending the essence realm of heaven and earth was short. Although he reached a certain level of understanding, there were numerous people whose comprehension was higher than his just among experts in the Gold Core Realm. As for the Yin-Yang Void Realm, he was too far away from them. If going through the 7th level is amazing, how about the 8th level? Jian Wushuang asked. Suddenly, the 8th level of the golden pavilion immediately burst out with golden light. He passed through the 8th level. The 8th level. Yu Rafeng had a shocked expression. No wonder the 2 palace maters of Dragon Palace came. A marvelous new member has appeared. Even before cultivating in Dragon Palace, he can already pass through the 8th level of the Dragon Gate. There's no doubt that he'll make greater progress after cultivating in Dragon Palace. His achievements will be even more spectacular. He is really a peerless genius. Yi Rafeng was full of praise, but Jian Wushuang only gave a shrug after listening to his explanation. He was just good in the eyes of Yi Rafeng, but the genius going through the Dragon Gate was praised by Yi Rafeng. With this, it's easy to see how amazingly talented he was. Going through the 8th level of Dragon Gate represented that his comprehension of the essence realm of heaven and earth had surpassed many experts of the Yin-Yang Void Realm. It also induced a burst of surprise outside of the Golden Pavilion. However, the 8th was the limit. The 9th level of the Golden Pavilion did not light up in the end. Jingle! The gate of the Golden Pavilion opened. Wearing a blood-red robe with a blood-red saber on his back, a young man slowly appeared before the eyes of the crowd. Everyone looked at the young man for the first time, including Jian Wushuang. He was slender and handsome with a hint of indifference and pride on his face. A glimmer of an unyielding was hidden in the deep of his eyes, and he emanated an aura of coldness. The man is cold. Jian Wushuang frowned secretly. Haha, little guy. Welcome to Dragon Palace. The Black and White Palace Masters, as well as the nearby experts of the Dragon Palace, all greeted him with a smile. Little guy, what's your name and how old are you? Palace Master, White asked with good intentions. Yang Zaishuan, 21, he replied in a cold voice. Everyone who heard him was immediately surprised. 21. He is only 21 years old. Yet his comprehension of the essence realm of heaven and earth is already so high. He managed to pass through the 8th level of the Dragon Gate. The most dazzling talent in Dragon Palace only made it through the 8th level. Awesome! Our Dragon Palace will become boisterous. Bai Cheng finally has a rival. Many disciples of Dragon Palace that were present were talking about that. A 21-year-old man had gone through the 8th level of the Dragon Gate. Even in Dragon Palace, it was incredible. He was the most exceptional one among all the exceptional geniuses. After all, previously, there had only been one person that made it through the 8th level of the Dragon Gate, and he was known as the #1 genius in Dragon Palace, Bai Cheng. Yang Zaishuan is amazing, Yu Rafeng said, then sighed with emotion. Having sighed for a while, the Black and White Palace Masters looked at Yi Rafeng and Jian Wushuang. Yi Rafeng, you can let this little guy you brought go through the Dragon Gate now, Palace Master White said, completely ignoring Jian Wushuang. The Palace Masters had a high status, so the geniuses who had gone through the Dragon Gate were only worth a glance to them. Only a peerless genius like Yang Zaishuan could excite the 2 Palace Masters and receive their enthusiastic treatment. Little guy, you should go. Remember, you should try your best to go to the highest level you can reach, said Yu Rafeng. Okay, said Jian Wushuang. Then he nodded and went straight towards the Golden Pavilion without paying attention to the gazes of the people around him. He quickly entered the Golden Pavilion, the first level of the Dragon Gate. A red-haired man was sitting cross-legged on the empty ground. When Jian Wushuang walked inside, the man suddenly glared at Jian Wushuang and said, Little guy, if you beat me, you can go to the next level. Come on. As soon as he finished speaking, the red-haired man began to brandish his large axe, which was surrounded by a blast of invisible airflow. In an instant, the large axe slashed toward his opponent. Jian Wushuang immediately swung his triple kill sword to block the blow. Then he directly took the chance to strike back, scratching the garment of the red-haired man. Obviously, the red-haired man was defeated. He made it through the first level. Chapter 63. Chapter 63. The Fourth Level. On the first floor, the opponent I met was good at axemanship, but he did not comprehend any of the ascent's realm of heaven and earth. Therefore, it was easy to defeat him. Jian Wushuang thought privately, then he entered the second floor. The opponent he faced on the second floor had comprehended a trace of the essence realm of heaven and earth. It was the Gale essence, but only the initial stage, so Jian Wushuang still defeated him easily. On the third floor, Jian Wushuang faced a much stronger opponent. After all, one must pass through the third level at the least to enter Dragon Palace. Naturally, it was more difficult. Go to hell! An ice-cold sword light flashed before disappearing in an instant. In the end, Jian Wushuang defeated him with the first move of anonymous swordsmanship. On the fourth floor, Jian Wushuang's opponent was a black-clothed elder who held a purple soft sword in his hand. Si Chiyu. Another ice-cold sword light flashed. Once again, it was the first move of anonymous swordsmanship, blood shadow. Formless swordsmanship. The black-clothed elder smiled slightly and said, "What a coincidence! I can use the sword essence of Gale, too." The same ice-cold, dazzling sword light appeared in the black-clothed elder's hand. They were brandishing two of the same sword shadows with the same sword essence. Not only that, both of them released nearly the same spiritual power because the opponent was from the Dragon Gate. Clang! The two sword edges met. What? Jian Wushuang was astonished and downcast. He could clearly tell that the swordsmanship used by the gray-clothed elder was faster than his, even if it was only by a little. His comprehension of the sword principle of Gale is higher than mine. Jian Wushuang realized immediately. Sword-killing movement. Jian Wushuang followed with a second move of anonymous swordsmanship. Haha, it's useless. In the Dragon Gate, the real test is in your comprehension of essence, realm of heaven and earth. Martial arts technique and swordsmanship don't make a big difference here. Besides, I can use sword-killing movement too. The killing intent from the purple soft sword in the black-clothed elder's hand exploded, attacking with a sword light which was equal to the one Jian Wushuang released. Once again, two equal sword lights met, and the black-clothed elder suppressed him again. "Little boy, give it up. You are too weak in the sword principle of Gale to pass the fourth level," the black-clothed elder said with a smile. "Really?" Jian Wushuang's expression became serious. Then he said, "What about this move?" After saying that, a heavy sword essence was released. Jian Wushuang swung his long sword with great momentum. "It's Earth Sword Essence?" The black-clothed elder's expression changed. It's not easy to comprehend the essence realm of heaven and earth. Comprehending one was difficult. To comprehend two at the same time was much more difficult. Yang Zishuan, who passed through the 8th level just now, was a super genius that comprehended two at the same time. The black-clothed elder didn't expect that the little guy standing in front of him, who was under 20 years old, not only had a high level of comprehension in the sword essence of Gale, but also comprehended Earth's sword essence at the same time. A sword shadow with great momentum rushed straight towards him, as if it could chop up a mountain. After perceiving the great amount of power contained in the sword shadow, the black-clothed elder's countenance changed a little. He didn't fight back recklessly, quickly choosing to dodge it instead. However, before the elder could use his sword to attack, Jian Wushuang changed his sword essence again. He used the sword essence of Gale along with the first move of anonymous swordsmanship, Blood Shadow. He can shift between the sword essences of Gale and Earth so easily. The black-clothed elder was surprised and smiled bitterly. The sword essences of Earth and Gale. One was massive and majestic with power and influence, while the other was flexible and visionary. If he could perfectly transition between them, These two sword essences would produce a terrible power which the gray-clothed elder could not oppose. The 4th level of the Dragon Gate passed. As for the 5th level, the opponent Jian Wushuang faced also comprehended the sword essence of earth. Not only that, he was stronger than Jian Wushuang in sword essence of earth comprehension and used it more freely. Jian Wushuang tried his best, fighting with him for quite a while. But finally he was defeated, causing him to stop at the 5th level. When Jian Wushuang walked out of the Golden Pavilion, all the experts of Dragon Palace that were waiting outside looked at him. Passing through the 4th level is good enough, so he is qualified to enter Dragon Palace. However, there is a large gap in skill between him and Yang Zishuan. An extraordinary genius like Yang Zishuan is rare. It is impossible to come by two in a single day. Everyone in the area was secretly discussing it. "Little guy, what's your name and how old are you?" Palace Master White walked to him and asked directly. "Swordsman," said Jian Wushuang, still chose to use the pseudonym 17 years old. 17 years old. Everyone in the area was astonished, including both of the Palace Masters. Then Palace Master White smiled and said, "How good. It seems that we have one more genius. It's rare for a 17-year-old kid to pass through the 4th level of the Dragon Gate. You could be ranked between middle and upper among the many disciples in Dragon Palace." Palace Master Black, who stayed silent, nodded in agreement. "Yi Rafeng, you brought a good disciple to Dragon Palace." Palace Master White looked over at Yi Rafeng. "I just did my duty," said Yi Rafeng, remaining humble. "Yang Zishuan, swordsman, from now on, you are both disciples of Dragon Palace. Congratulations for becoming one of the many monsters in Tianzong Dynasty," said Palace Master White with a laugh. Jian Wushuang and Yang Zishuan stood side by side. After hearing this, Jian Wushuang smiled slightly, and Yang Zishuan was indifferent as always. "Come with me. I will take you to visit Dragon Palace," said Palace Master White, intending to escort both Jian Wushuang and Yang Zishuan. Suddenly, the surroundings totally calmed down. A white-haired man wearing white slowly walked into the people's sights. His hair is as white as snow, the strongest genius, Bai Cheng. The strongest disciple in Dragon Palace. It's him. He actually appeared. As he approached, all the disciples of Dragon Palace watched him with grim looks on their faces. "Is he Bai Cheng?" Jian Wushuang slightly squinted his eyes while hearing Bai Cheng's name mentioned in their discussion. The strongest person in Dragon Palace. Yang Zishuan raised his head and saw the white figure with cold and prideful eyes, walking slowly in their direction. The white-haired man in white stopped. His black eyes, full of arrogance, swept over them as the sides of his mouth stretched upwards to form a meaningful smile. "I heard that a newcomer passed through the 8th level of the Dragon Gate today, so I wanted to see for myself." Chapter 64. Chapter 64. Ranked at the bottom. Palace Master White. May I know which one of these two passed the 8th level? Though he seemed kind and gentle, there was a trace of insidious coldness inside his eyes when looking at Jian Wushuang and Yang Zishuan. Palace Master White instantly introduced them one by one, starting with Jian Wushuang. "This is swordsman, 17 years old. He passed through the 4th level." "Oh." Bai Cheng glanced at Jian Wushuang with a faint smile and said the 4th level. He would be ranked at the bottom among the many disciples of Dragon Palace. But he's young. If there are no accidents, it's possible for him to pass the 7th level before 20. He can reach the same level as Golden Dragon Ambassador Yi and would barely be an expert in the Tianzong Dynasty. Hearing what he said, Yu Rafeng smiled faintly and ignored it. He did not dare to show any disdain. However, Jian Wushuang frowned and felt unpleasant. I might reach the level of Yi Rafeng. I might barely become an expert. Even I can't imagine what I might achieve in the future. What makes Bai Cheng think he can judge me with one glance in such a condescending manner, acting as if what he says will definitely come true in the future? How arrogant and conceited can he be? Even though he was unhappy, he didn't openly offend Bai Cheng. This is Yang Zaishuan. He is the one who passed the 8th level, and he is currently 21 years old, replied Palace Master White. Bai Cheng turned to face Yang Zaishuan and fixed his eyes on him before saying, "To pass through the 8th level of the Dragon Gate at 21 years old, you're promising. In Dragon Palace, I'm afraid that there is no one but me who could suppress you. You mean you are stronger than me right now?" Yang Zaishuan's expression fell. Bai Cheng didn't answer him. He just smiled confidently. "Palace Master White, no one is in the Dragon Gate, right?" Bai Cheng asked. "Yes." Palace Master White nodded. "Okay, I have not been tested in a long time. Today let me give it a try." After saying that, he immediately entered the Dragon Gate. Both Jian Wushuang and Yang Zaishuan, who were supposed to leave, stopped and looked carefully at the Golden Pavilion to see what would happen. After entering the Dragon Gate, Bai Cheng quickly passed through the 1st level, causing it to light up. Then he continued moving forward smoothly. He passed 8 levels in succession. Bai Cheng entered the 9th level and stayed in it for a long time before the 9th level finally lit up, releasing a golden light. The 9th level of Dragon Gate passed. He actually passed the 9th level. Yu Rufeng was shocked and couldn't say anything. It should be known that even if it was him, he would not be able to pass it, even after trying his best. However, Bai Cheng succeeded. He really was the top genius in Dragon Palace. This is the strongest person in Dragon Palace, so awesome! Though Yang Zaishuan is great, he is new and young. He cannot compete with Bai Cheng yet. We thought Yang Zaishuan would be strong enough to be Bai Cheng's opponent, but the truth is that he is far away from him for now. A large number of disciples of Dragon Palace in front of the Dragon Gate were discussing the recent events secretly. Not long after that, Bai Cheng walked out of the Golden Pavilion. Under the watchful eyes and shocked expressions, Bai Cheng walked over to Yang Zaishuan again and smiled slightly before saying, "You'll need to work harder, freshman." After saying that, Bai Cheng left without looking back. Since Jian Wushuang only passed the 4th level, Bai Cheng did not even give him a second glance. He is really arrogant. Jian Wushuang licked his lips, the battle intent vaguely rising in his eyes. "Yang Zaishuan, what do you think?" Jian Wushuang suddenly asked. "About what?" Yang Zaishuan looked at him indifferently. "I don't like him. Don't you want to defeat him?" Jian Wushuang asked. "Crush him under my feet? He won't be qualified to be my opponent within 1 year," replied Yang Zaishuan. Hearing that, the corners of Jian Wushuang's mouth quirked up. "All of you are so arrogant and conceited. Okay, you are peerless geniuses, so it's normal to be proud of yourselves. Besides, you really are strong." Jian Wushuang thought. Someone who just joined passed the 8th level of the Dragon Gate, and the other one passed the 9th level. However, he could only pass the 4th level after trying his best. So there was a huge gap between him and those 2 peerless geniuses. The wider the gap was, the more it inspired him. There was a gap now, so what? It should be known that he had only started comprehending the essence realm of heaven and earth 4 months ago. It's unbelievable to comprehend both of the sword essences of Gale and Earth to such a high level within 4 months. No matter whether it was Bai Cheng or Yang Zaishuan, they were both older than him, and they had spent much more time comprehending the essence realm of heaven and earth as well. Bai Cheng asserted that I could only be a golden dragon messenger like Yu Rufeng in the future. Let's see. Jian Wushuang snorted. "All right, go back to your places. Yang Zaishuan, swordsman, you both follow me," Palace Master White said. Jian Wushuang and Yang Zaishuan followed Palace Master White. Yi Rafeng and the Golden Dragon Messenger, who brought Yang Zishuan here, followed Palace Master Black to receive their rewards. These Golden Dragon Messengers had the right to recommend disciples. Every recommendation that passed the test and became a disciple of Dragon Palace would earn the Golden Dragon Messenger a reward based on the strength of the disciple. In the Dragon Palace, both Jian Wushuang and Yang Zishuan were curiously examining their surroundings, while Palace Master White was telling them the basic information and rules of Dragon Palace. Dragon Palace is a cultivation sanctuary. You both became disciples of Dragon Palace, means that you are talented. In Dragon Palace, there are 238 disciples, not counting both of you. Among the 238 disciples, only one had passed the 8th level of the Dragon Gate, and that was Bai Cheng. But now he has passed the 9th level. 16 disciples passed the 7th level. 67 passed the 6th level. 141 disciples passed the 5th level. The 13 disciples left past the 4th level. After saying this, Palace Master White could not help glancing at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang also could not help touching his nose with an embraced expression. There are 238 disciples in total, and only 13 of them were at the 4th level. Most disciples were all at the 5th level or higher. It seems that Bai Cheng was right. I am at the lowest level in Dragon Palace right now. However, Jian Wushuang didn't worry about being at the bottom. It didn't mean that he would be at the bottom forever. So many geniuses are in Dragon Palace. However, the more geniuses, the better for me. Jian Wushuang's eyes were sparkling with excitement. Chapter 65. Chapter 65 for Matchless Heroes. Dragon Palace is known as a holy place for cultivation, and it's worthy of the name. Palace Master White continued. The 4 temples of earth, fire, water, and wind, the secret land of heaven and earth, and the secret pavilion are the 3 treasures of Dragon Palace. They are of great help to the disciples of Dragon Palace. As for the benefits of the 3 treasures, you will gradually understand them in the future. In addition, there are also 2 places for practicing, the Dragon Gate and Heavenly Palace. The Dragon Gate, which you have just tried, is the best place to test the progress of the Dragon Palace disciples. It can accurately gauge the disciples' perception to the essence, realm of heaven and earth. As for the Heavenly Palace, that is used to test overall strength. Usually, no one will go to the Heavenly Palace. Only disciples who have enough strength to leave Dragon Palace will go to the Heavenly Palace. Palace Master White simply explained a few basic conditions of Dragon Palace again. Not long after that, she arrived at the manor with Jian Wushuang and Yang Zishuan. Each disciple of Dragon Palace will have a single house. Your rooms are also in this manor, Palace Master White informed them. Jian Wushuang and Yang Zishuan quickly noticed that the manor contained 4 independent houses, even though the area was not big. Fatty Wang. Palace Master White's voice echoed throughout the area. Oh, I'm coming, rough voice echoed back. After which, a big fat man in a blouse hurried out of one room and a timid figure hurried out of another room. Jian Wushuang looked at the 2 incoming people. That big fat man was not tall, but he was extremely large, weighing nearly 300 jeans. That big face, larger than an ordinary person, was covered with a smile. But the smile seemed very quirky, no matter what angle you looked from. As for the other person, she was a tall and thin girl with long blue hair. A young girl who appeared to be only 14 or 15 years old. She followed the big fat man, looking down in a very shy manner. It seemed like she was afraid to make eye contact with Jian Wushuang and Yang Zishuan. Palace Master White glanced at the big fat man and told him, "From now on, they will live in the manor with you. You can take them and familiarize them with the environment of Dragon Palace." "No problem." The big fat man nodded and promised. "These are your disciple tokens, which contain your points. In Dragon Palace, points are very important. Many of the resources in Dragon Palace can only be redeemed using points, said Palace Master White. Jian Wushuang and Yang Zishuan took the tokens and examined the numbers. 2,000 points. Jian Wushuang felt excited. Then he looked at Yang Zishuan's token. He had a full 6,000 points. I only have 2,000 points, but he has 6,000 points, 3 times mine. Is it possible that the points depend on how many levels you pass through in the Dragon Gate? Jian Wushuang secretly pondered. In his opinion, that was the only possibility given the situation. All right, little guys, make sure to work hard. Many years from now, I hope to see another 2 excellent disciples emerge from my Dragon Palace, said Palace Master White, who smiled and then immediately departed. After Palace Master White walked away, the big fat man immediately looked over and introduced himself. My name is Wang Yuan, and the girl next to me is Su Ro. Swordsman, Jian Wushuang said. Yang Zixua. Yang Zishuan also introduced himself. Swordsman, Yang Zishuan, your arrival made the manor considerably full. Come, for the first meeting, the 4 of us need to have a quick drink, replied Wang Yuan with a smile. Then he turned up his hand and a wine pot appeared. After the stopper was opened, the aroma of the wine soon spread it out. Smelling the aroma, Jian Wushuang smiled, while on the other side, Yang Zishuan's indifferent expression also slightly relaxed a bit. After which, the 4 of them drank in front of the stone table in this manner. After drinking a few glasses of wine in succession, the atmosphere was no longer so boring. At this time, Wang Yuan said, Swordsman Yang Zishuan will not live in the manor together for more than several years. It's too polite to call each other by name. What if we call each other as brothers and sisters according to age? I'm the oldest, so I'm the elder brother. Yang Zishuan, your age is only a little younger than mine, so you are the second brother. Swordsman, you the third brother. As for Su Ro, she's our 4th sister. All right. Wang Yuan smiled and looked around. Okay. Jian Wushuang nodded his head. After all, they will live in the same manner in the future. The relationship among them should be better. And after drinking, the 3 of them all left a good impression on him. Wang Yuan, he was a generous and careless person without any scheming. This kind of person is the most worthwhile to make friends with, except his talkativeness. Yang Zishuan, as indifferent as he is, did not put on airs. It's said that he is the one who broke into the 8th level of the Dragon Palace when he arrived. With such talent, he was still willing to sit down with them to have a few drinks. His eyes did not have the slightest bit of arrogance. For the point, making friends with him was very worthwhile. As for the last one, the little girl Su Ro, she's so timid and shy that she didn't dare to say one word while they were drinking. Jian Wushuang felt a little strange in the beginning, but later he heard from Fatty Wang that when Su Ro was a little girl, she had been sold to a mansion as a servant girl. To be a servant girl since childhood, it's normal for her to be so timid. However, this timid little girl had a great reputation in Dragon Palace. As mentioned before, among the disciples of Dragon Palace, only Bai Cheng had passed through the 8th floor. There were 16 disciples that had passed through the 7th level, and Su Ro was one of them. And most importantly, this year, Su Ro was only 14 years old. The 14-year-old Su Ro broke through the 7th level of the Dragon Gate. What does that mean? So, after Jian Wushuang and Yang Zishuan learned of her achievement, they were both astonished. Similarly, Su Ro is also worth making friends with. Therefore, after hearing the proposal of Wang Yuan, Jian Wushuang immediately agreed. Yang Zishuan, as always, was indifferent, giving neither refusal nor opposition. As for the timid girl Su Ro, she nodded her head shyly. Ha! Since there is no objection, let us make this decision final. From now on, the 4 of us are siblings. We shall share happiness and hardship together, said Wang Yuan. Then he smiled and lifted the cup for a toast. Without any hesitation, Jian Wuxuan and Su Rou immediately raised their glasses. As for Yang Zishuan, he pondered for a while, then raised the glass too. Kwang! With the toasting finished, the famous Tianzong dynasty and the four matchless heroes of the heaven and the earth were born.